Happy time zone, everybody. Sorry, I'm just frantically setting up all the bits behind the scenes here. Cool, I turned the microphone on, so we're good there. Y'all having a morning, but it's okay. I will be I will be mentally present in just a moment. All right, I think that's set up correctly. I shared the link to the Discord already, right? Yeah, I think I did. Did I? I did not. All right, hold on, guys. Just letting the Discord people know. Alrighty. And we're good. Hello, everybody. Oh, and good morning to those people in bed, because I saw a bunch of you on the Discord, and it's 5 a.m. and you're all like turning on the stream sneakily to wake up slowly and gently too. Good morning to all of you as well. Everyone's working on what is everyone working on? I'm seeing blankets. I saw a mole. I'm glad that people are enjoying the mole. I've only seen crooked moles so far, so if anyone comes out with a straight mole, I would really like to see it. It would make me feel a lot better. Alrighty, so just because I know some people are just like hanging in to be part of the first vote, let's get this started. So the first thing I have to do is swap screens. Okay, sorry. Every time. I gotta show you how Nidoking turned out. Now, the name we gave this fellow just sort of became the Lego brick set of all names. We tacked name after name after name on. So, presenting to you, let's see if I can remember it. Barnabas Kingsley the Nice Neddington, 69th of his name. This is how Nidoking turned out. So yeah, he's just a stumpy little guy. He's no longer as fun because his arms are fastened down, whereas like at the end of last week's stream we were having a lot of fun. Does that help? Not really. We were having a lot of fun putting different Pokemon in his arms and whatnot, but he's here, and just as a size comparison, he really did get out of hand. He's the same size as the mole. They're buddies. They're both ground types. So the other bit of news coming out of last week is I finally updated the Pokédex map. So this is what it looked like and has looked like for a very long time now, and I finally updated it. There were 7 Pokemon to add to it. Not the 69th. Yeah, he had to be the 69th because he was the 69th Pokemon. We weren't being like needlessly rude. It's just he was the 69th Gen 1 Pokemon we made. Anyway, so here is what the new Pokédex looks like. There's not a lot of fanfare there. It just sort of blinks into existence, but like off, on, off, on. So yeah, it's starting to really sort of fill out. I was thinking you would embroider armor lines on him, but he looks better this way. Oh yeah, no, where possible, I do try to avoid embroidering the armor on. I know that I've sort of done that a lot for these live streams, but I think it looks better if some of the line work on the 2D art translates to 3D elements on them. So yeah. Let's shrink all that down. Okay, so many spaces filled. Yeah, so today we are making the 70th Pokemon. Who would like to know today's theme? I would like to know today's theme. I'm just gonna hydrate or dehydrate first. Because I'm losing my voice just a scooch. So let's turn on the choices. That's the wrong choices doc. This one's the choices doc. Oh, no, I've got to turn off the Pokédex. There we go. So, Boring Colour Brigade is going to have a field day with this particular selection. But today we are going to make the theme. Today the theme. The theme is, we've talked a lot about Pokemon and what we think they might taste like, okay? It's come up over on like at least a dozen streams at this point. But that got me thinking last night about not necessarily what they would taste like, but how they would eat. And so what I have done today is I've picked 5 Pokemon with no mouths. Now that doesn't mean that they haven't at some point had the mystery of their mouth revealed. I just mean that they are basically depicted with no mouths. And just to head off some disappointment before we get too far down this particular theme, I want to clarify that Cubone is not one of these options. I tried really hard to shoehorn him in, but people have worked out where his mouth is. And so Cubone, sadly, is not one of the selections today, but all of these other ones, no mouths. Okay, I'm gonna start the poll and y'all can pick who you wanna make first. They have no mouth, but they must scream. There we go. For anyone catching a stream for the first time, there are 5 options on the screen, but you can only pick between 1, 2, 3, and 4 for the first vote. Only 4 options are allowed in a poll. And then the 5th one is there in case we get a lot done in a single sitting. I'm seeing BCB, the Boring Colour Brigade, for anyone curious, is looking to pick number 3. But number 1 is off to a very early lead already. I haven't done Smoliv yet, Lonely Little Lollipop. We have been focusing pretty much on just Gen 1. Like during these streams, it's been, except for the spoiler stream, just Gen 1. And outside of that, with the playthrough that I'm doing very slowly, they are Gens 1 through 4. So Smoliv, I think doesn't even factor into that. I think Smoliv's what, Gen 7 or something? 8. You're all wondering who the blue is? Feel free to leave your guesses in the chat. I like reading your guesses. I like it because like every so often there'll be someone who'll be like, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 are this, and this, and they nail it. And I can't say anything, but I always get that quiet moment of hooray. 1 Magneton. We've already done Magneton loot. We did them 2 weeks ago. I'm looking at them across the room. Oh, you don't have to be that informed on the generations to play here. You're all right. Yeah, Gen 9. Yeah, everything after Gen 4 is kind of just like an amorphous blob. I have kind of a vague awareness around Black, White, and Alpha Omega. I think it was Alpha Omega, Alpha Sapphire, Omega Ruby. Like I've got like a vague awareness of those ones there, but anything after that is just a blob to me. I'm still discovering them. Autistic Frog. The theme is they have no mouth. No mouth on any of these Pokemon. Okay, so it looks like number 1 has maintained its lead. Let's see, we've had just over 100 votes, so I will probably close that one off now, because I do like to get to at least 100 votes. But while I'm closing that off, anybody who wants to like the stream can go ahead if they want to. I need to get my little sign out. Mr. Bones and Gengar are doing it in the background, but you can't really see it from where you guys are. Let's end this poll. Okay. Here we go. So, yep, 1 was a racing horse. 1 at 42%. Then 3 came second at 24%, 4 at 23%, and 2 with just 9%. So let's reveal what is behind door number 1 that we are going to be making today. Now, I believe this one is Poliwhirl. It's occurring to me right now that I might have a little bit of a blind spot when it comes to Whirl versus Wrath, but I think this is definitely the 2nd gen, the first the first evolved form of Poliwag. I believe it's Poliwhirl is who we're making first today. No, don't reveal number 4. What are you doing? You have one job here, mouse. Thankfully, we didn't reveal anything important. So yes, we are making Poliwhirl first today. Alrighty, let's swap screens. Mic is still on, excellent. Let's change this sprite over to a little bit of a Poliwhirl. It is Poliwhirl, yay me. Alrighty, so Poliwhirl will be the 70th Pokemon we have made from Gen 1. I won't update the counter until after they're made though, that's how this works. Poliwrath has angry eyes and big biceps. Yeah, like they're basically the same, right? So I figure once I've designed one, I can just make the next one like 1 row larger and call it a day. Wrath is the big one, the big Angie. Yeah, trying to decide if 4 AM is too early for Red Bull. It depends on what else you have to do today, Flushed Phoenix. So let's draw ourselves a little, hold on. Open up the Discord to prepare for the butt pics from Mr. Bones. Let's draw us a little Poliwhirl, because the real question is he a ball or is he a disc? He looks like a good friend. Yeah, he's friend-shaped. Okay, so he is a ball, according to... Oh my goodness, that is a monster frog. It looks like he's ball-esque. So he's not full ball, he's half ball. He's the Lance Armstrong. I don't know, is that an okay joke to make? I don't know. There we go. Yeah, and he got his big tummy patch with the big spiral. Now getting this spiral to turn the right way will either be the easiest thing ever or the bane of my existence. We'll see. I can never remember just looking at them which way my stitches go. But I've been slowly training my left hand to do more things for itself in the eventual situation where I'm going to be able to crochet left-handed. But we're not quite there yet. It's not quite up to anything of significance. But it's doing things like I've been assembling IKEA furniture. None of it's in frame at the moment, but it's happening. I've been like training it to like do parts of the assembly by itself, which is kind of fun. It's a bit of a deflated ball, yes, excellent. Licky tongue is first gem, that's correct. A squished ball, yeah, it's like a ball that's kind of bounced once and set. Like, oh, you know what? It's like you had a perfect, beautiful baby ball of clay, and you dropped it, not from very high, but onto a hard surface, and it sort of went, whew. Alrighty, and he got little feet. Now, short of accidentally megapotting our friend here, this should not take all day, which is something that's been happening to us a little bit recently. Ooh, those little fisty glove things are really fun. They're an interesting shape. I look forward to seeing how we solve that. So, yeah, we're going to make Poliwhirl, and then I'll let you guys pick if you want to make another Pokemon or if you want to, I don't know, design some bugs or some Halloween stuff instead. There we go, just ink this fellow in. If you hear any clattering or scraping or like I'm hearing some footsteps upstairs, there's a dog running around. Honestly, big source of joy for me. I got to see it in the park the other day, and it's a long-haired sausage dog, which is not what I would normally call them, but we're on stream, so I'm cleaning it up. Cute little thing, absolutely adorable. So yeah, anytime you hear annoying noises in the background, just think that's an adorable puppy, and it just makes it all better. Now I don't think this fellow has a tail. Nope, no tail, he's smooth boy, smooth bun. Oh, and he's got nostrils, thank you, Mr. Bones. Now, he's a frog, right? Poliwhirl is a ball. Depends on the size, you could make the thumb, then the finger part, then crochet them together. Yeah, I don't know if I would do it that large, because that's like a very large way to approach this. Like, it's correct, but it's a very large way to approach this. I'm actually thinking that the thumb could even just be a bobble stitch. Yeah, just because like I think the glove is going to be on a smaller scale than would need a separate piece entirely. That's what I mean about just like, it's an interesting shape, and I appreciate the odd interesting shape because it keeps me interested. Yeah, this guy's definitely a frog. Like, I am drawing him in a very frog way. I think that stomach spiral is going to end up dictating the size of him, because let's say hypothetically I wanted to use the stitches to form that spiral, like the edges of the rows. That means that he needs to be, what? It's a 6, 12, 18, 24. Yeah, that's not too bad. So it's about 4 rows. That spiral is definitely dictating his size, and then I'll just make all of the other pieces to scale. See, I used to always start with the most complicated piece, and I still do in some situations, but I don't know, these days, I don't know, I think I've just grown a little bit more confident in my ability to make different shapes at different sizes. And so like I look at those gloves and normally I would have started there, but these days I'm going to start with his ball and make everything to scale with it. And I think safety eyes are definitely going to be used today. So, also Mr. Mole needs glasses, a deer stalker, and a pipe. Yep, we have requisitioned a set of glasses. But we're still waiting to get his prescription checked. If you think frog while making it, you won't think it's a people. It's not a people, it's clearly a frog. He's definitely frog coded. So let's see, we've got, I'm gonna do him round. We're gonna work him from the front backwards. So we're gonna start in the middle of that. Oh, do I do the stomach as a separate piece or a same piece? No, we're doing the stomach as the same piece. What am I talking about? So we're gonna start in the middle of that stomach, which means we're actually technically gonna be working on like a little bit of an angle in terms of what he is, but that's fine. I scrolled past the reference image I was looking at. So he's actually got a very slight booty tooch to him. Which is fine. We can make that work. I think the eyeballs I'm gonna make as a separate piece and so on. Okay, so that's the belly. So we'll be starting in the middle of the belly and working backwards like this. So the rows will curve a little bit strangely. I could just absolutely cheat and just make him a straight, like a ball, and nobody would pick on it. But I'm gonna see if I can get a little bit more of the shaping in. We'll do the eyes as separate pieces because that gives us a lot of flexibility when it comes to snapping those safety eyes on. Because we are definitely using the 9mm safety eyes today. That's what that piece will look like. We'll start them either at the top or at the front and work backwards. Either one will work. If we start at the front and work backwards, we can actually put the white, build the white into it. All the color changes. Hello from Melbourne. Hello to Melbourne. You have a giant baby penguin at the moment, Melbourne. Like it's huge. I can't remember his name off the top. Is it Jeffrey? Anyway, you should make his eyeball stocks in the round as I did with the 12 Days of the Crochet Frog. Oh, I could, but I think he's going to be too big for that to be to scale. Is there a Poliwhirl in one of the Pokemon series named 7? I don't know. Somebody else could maybe answer that one. These little feet are just like little man feet. So, like so. I will have to put weights in them if I want him to be stable, but I can manage that. And then the glove. So for the glove, I think I'm going to make a piece that looks like this. Right? And then we'll fold this bit over. I'll ink it so you can see. So we'll just basically make a piece like this with a little bobble stitch for the thumb, depending on the scale the body piece ends up. And then we'll just literally fold this bit over in half, which will give us that good little punchy shape. I'm not on camera very much. Let's see. Better. Feel one day. That's okay. It's fine to be excited by Pokemon. At Sea Life, we go a lot. Haven't seen the giant one yet, though. Definitely time for a trip. Yeah, there is a giant baby penguin at one of the aquariums in Melbourne right now. That's literally like, I think it's like a king penguin, and so like they're normally like hypothetically like this big, and the baby is like, he towers over his parents. It's a sensation. Yeah, so the other thing I need to sorry, I'm getting a little bit like jumpy here already. So for the piece, like I mentioned, we're going to start in the middle of the belly and work a spiral. And I'm going to be leaving the loops free on the belly so that I can top stitch, slip stitch into the back loops, the black for the spiral. Now, where's something with a magic ring on it that I can look at for a second? I'll find out pretty quickly if I can just do those stitches with the spiral, or if I have to try and do it against the spiral, which is doable. It's just a little bit more obnoxious. Because I understand that one of the major points in the evolution is that his spiral changes direction. But I can't remember if it's between Poliwag and Poliwhirl or Poliwhirl and Poliwrath. But it's just one of those little details, you know? Your mole has jazz hands. Yeah, you can just swap the hands on the mole. I don't know if you did that on purpose, but I love some jazz hands. Okay, and now I know, that's hilarious. Yeah. All right, cool. Everyone's just vibing in the chat. So we need colors, and these ones here are pretty straightforward. I think we're going to go with, well, I was going to do cream, but he's very much white. And I can never find my white yarn anymore. I don't know what it is about this room, but it has become a black hole for black and white yarn. Sorry. Yeah, but I have the perfect blue, at least. Look at that. Oh no, who are we making? There's just a blue blob in the corner. Oh, it's Poliwhirl. So there's that. And we need black. Oh, nope, that's not white, that's orange. I'm gonna have to go raiding, hold on. The wall is just slightly too far away for me to just turn around and grab. There we go. And white. So those are our colours. I think the cat... These dragons keep getting caught in my hair, so I'm going to have to take these earrings out because they're annoying me. But they were cute while they lasted. They were little dragons. Feels like a frog day. It's always a frog day. Swirl changes between wag and whirl. Okay. Alright, cool. So I'll either have an easier time with wag or an easier time with whirl and wrath. So I'm hoping. You found a white ball of yarn under your bed. Dang it, return that, please. Okay, so to get started here, we basically just need to work out, build up the little flat bit of the belly. And it's going to be white on overexposed white, so you're not going to be able to see very much of this process. Just got home from work and you're really tired? Well, get yourself a nice warm beverage. And pull up a seat by the fire. The hypothetical fire. Please do not burn things. I'm just scribbling down the pattern for a circle up to the size we need. Which, at this stage, I'm believing to be 24 stitches around, that is. Oh, there's ink on my table. Made it here, not sure for how long. Ah, oh, you're at Ren Fair. That's exciting. I've never been to one, but they always seem like a real vibe, you know. Mole nose magic ring? Oh yeah, look at that. Honestly, it doesn't make a big difference because either way I'm going to build the white structure the same. It's just, it makes a difference to whether or not I can just like blindly slip stitch the black spiral on, or if I have to pay a little bit more attention when I'm doing it and force it to go the other way. Hello.
Hello.
What are you after?
Looking for the pliers.
Oh, I've got a pair here. Oh, those are trimmers.
No, I was just looking for the other ones. I assumed they were used for IKEA.
No, I don't have them in here. I have the other things, but none, they weren't in the box.
Hello.
Mr. Bones is feeling crafty. Right. Oh, he found them. He found them, guys. We think we need a hanging platform above CK so we can see Mr. Bones' pose on it. I've been thinking about that. So we're actually in the middle of procuring all of the furniture to redo this room. And I'm not making a video out of it because if I try and make a video out of it, it's going to become too hard. Sometimes it's nice just to like designate things as not for camera and to just like get them done. And this is one of those things where like it could be content, but we can do a room tour afterwards. It's not a very big room. I can show you guys around. But yeah, so we went to IKEA on Friday and I got a couple of racks that are going to be where you guys are going to sit. Because like currently you're sitting in one place and you're going to be sitting somewhere else. It's just going to be slightly closer. You're currently on a very wide shelf and you're going to be on a slightly narrower shelf, but it's a nicer shelf. and I got the stuff to set up. There's like a wardrobe off to one side. You saw it in a number of my videos. I'm going to set up the storage in the bottom of that is coming out. And I'm going to set up a nice set of drawers in there, and I'm going to build a light box photography thing on top of it so that I can just close the door and the photography stuff stays set up in there. And that might help my photo quality a little bit because my photo quality is kind of here. And then at some point this week, I'm going to be putting in my order for the desks, which couldn't fit in the car. Honey, that's not on screen. You're fine. Oh wait, who are you reaching for? The mole. You're still not on camera. They got cheated out of everything. That was very stealthy. He looks very pleased with himself. He just stole Edna. So I feel like... You like the name Poliwhirl? I like the name Poliwhirl. You think number 4 is Hypno? That's a guess. It's just like I'm mentally reviewing all of them one at a time. And yeah, Hypno has no mouth, I guess. Crafty Mr. Bones is one of your favourite things. Mine too. Luckily, he's a very crafty individual. Finally made it. Hi, LJ. Sprog? Oh, I like the name Sprog. Because he's a sprinkler frog. He is all about that punching life though. Alright, so all I'm doing is I'm just working back loops only up a circle. I have lost count, but I'll fix it in a second. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. I lost count too intensely. We have to go back. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Oh. I lost count a while ago. Crafty and zoomy Mr. Bones, well, those are his moods. He's also pretty, yeah, he's just cute. He's cute. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. All right. There we are, that fixed it. Now we are back at the correct stitch count. 1, 2, 3. Well, Zoomy Mr. Bones is a rare sighting. Like, you can't expect him to turn up a lot, but it is a sight to behold. You saw a video of a mole right after you finished watching the video. They have 5 toesies. Oh, dang it. See, I thought about that, right? And I'm going to admit that by the time I was making the feed, I was just kind of done. You saw the length of the video, like, and you also saw probably how much I like sped up the things I was doing in that video. So like, I'm sure you can imagine how long of a 2-day shoot that video was. And so then the design process extrapolating from there, I was just kind of done. I just didn't feel like going back and fixing it when I figured that like we have 5 fingers and 5 toes. So it's probably the same for other creatures. But you can just add 2 more toes if you wanted to. Just started watching the series and was not expecting me to be live. Well, I'm live. Hi. Second live you made it to, but the first you fell asleep pretty quick. Well, that's the best case scenario. I love the idea of being the soothing background noise that people can fall asleep to. There we go. So that's 18 around, and I think we are going to have to go up to 24 because that's still very small, and it's only going to give us 1, 2, 3 layers of spiral. And as you can see here on the sprite on the screen, he has at least 1, 2, 3, 4 layers of spiral and then a layer of white on the outside of that as well. So we might actually be going up to 30 stitches for this belly, which means probably 42 around for his body. He a big boy. I'll try and squeeze it in at maybe 39 stitches for the body to give us a little bit of room to grow for, itchy nose. A little bit of room to, come on nose, don't do this to me. A little bit of room to grow for Poliwrath. So this is going to get us up to 24. And honestly, I might start adding the spiral before I'm finished making the white piece, just so that we can get a vibe. Pidove is straight up a pigeon. Yeah, well, we love pigeons. This is definitely going to be soothing noise to fall asleep to. Lots of animals have different numbers of digits of fingers and toes. Oh, okay, well, okay, I'm gonna cling to that thought then. Because, yeah, look, Nidoking. 3 fingers, 1 toe. I'm just following his example. And honestly, like, all of everything that I was seeing about moles was only showing their, like, little... It's my mole impression, just... That's how they come out of the ground. They sort of go, like... And I'm here. Yeah, sorry. I think moles might actually be one of my favorite animals now. I find them unreasonably adorable, and I don't know how to file the information, which means, like, he's gonna live on my desk for a bit. Good night, boss. Thanks for hanging out. Guinea pigs have 4 fingers and 3 toes. Excellent. More evidence that I'm not just a little bit lazy at times. The olms have 3 fingers but 2 back toes. See, another great example, and I'm pretty sure the 3-toed sloth has like 1 major fingernail and only 2 toes or something like that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. Okay, okay. Okay. Bad news, everybody. Our stitch spirals in the other direction. It's gonna make this tricky, but not impossible.
Ignore the pictures I'm about to send you.
Okay. I like the name Sprog too. I think Sprog's a good name for him. Alright, so this is going to be a little bit tricky. So rather than just being able to start in the first stitch and following the spiral around, instead I have to start like here and work directly against the spiral, and it's going to come out looking kind of crooked. We could just say that he's a left-handed one, and I could do the spiral in the direction that's easy. I'll give it one go, okay? I'll do one go to go against the spiral because sometimes it works out fine. But failing that, I'm going to cheat and we're just going to say he's a left-handed Poliwhirl and hope no one notices. Okay, that's 1, 2, 3. Four. You can't fool me, I know there's a stitch there. Oh, fun thing you can do with a bobby pin. If your hook is too big to fit through a slip stitch that's shrunk too small, you can use the bobby pin to pick up the stitch, and then suddenly you can pull the stitch bigger and fit your hook through it. Something I haven't had to do a lot, but if you need to, it's good to have options. And just like that, I can now get my hook through the stitch without like scribbling and scrabbling away at it. Complicated knots, making up techniques on the fly. All right, so that's 5 stitches around. And now I'm going to move to the next ring out. Would you get out of the way, you nosy little tail? Okay. So I think we go here. So we're going to go 2 rings out. And I'm warning you guys now, the pattern notes for this are just going to say slip stitch around the spiral. There's no way I'm going to be able to take comprehensive enough notes to share this process with anyone, but this is just proof that it is technically possible to work anti-clockwise. around again. Surface stitches, yeah, I'm slip stitching in the, okay, when I built the base piece, I was working in the back loop only, which left all of the front loops free. And yeah, we could have just done surface stitching over the top of regular single crochet instead of leaving the front loops free, but I do think that leaving the front loops free, while it does lock us into a certain stitch direction for the most part, it also does keep our stitches nice and evenly placed, which can be a good thing. Now, nobody look too closely at this spiral as it spins. We don't want anyone getting hypnotized, unless you're actively trying to fall asleep, in which case you are getting very sleepy. Started using bobby pins for your crochet. Yeah, they are so much better than stitch markers, I agree. I like the fact that I can put them in and remove them one-handed. Whereas like any of the other type of stitch markers, I feel are just a little bit more fiddly and disruptive to my flow. Plus, I like that I can leave them in for a really long time and still slide them out really easily. Okay, we're gonna do a spiral check in a second. I think it's looking okay though. And there we go. Our spiral is worked in the opposite direction to our actual stitches. And I think I've done a pretty even job of that actually. You know what, I like it. We're gonna leave it. I know that these are based on those little translucent frogs where you can see their digestive tracts or something, which is cuter than it sounds. You can see like the little spiral on their tums. So that's what that's based on, its intestines. You guys ever have that one project you know you made to sell and need to sell, but it's too darn cute and you don't have any more yarn to make another? Yeah, that's everything. That's everything. That's everything. That describes everything. Not for sale. You're a little late, so you're going to full speed ahead at 2 times. That's amazing. Yeah, I don't know if I could handle me at twice the speed. All right, we're gonna go 3 single crochet and an increase, which will get us up to 30 stitches, which is kind of, you know, the warning Will Robinson time. I don't want to go any much bigger than that, because we need this guy to stay little enough that we can go bigger again for Roth. That's a slip stitch. That's a paddling. Oh, whoops, what am I doing? Back loops only means back loops only, Missy. There you go. Three, 4. Poor pufferfish, no, he's fine, he's having a great time. As if I would ever put the little puffer in any real danger. They're playing. It's like those little fish that clean the teeth of bigger fish. It's like that, but the pufferfish is playing hide and seek. They're still working on feathers? No. No, I've been thinking about peacock feathers recently, and I'm just like, I think I know how I would make them. I think I know 2 or 3 ways I would make them, but I don't want to make them, and so I'm trying to tell my brain to like drop it, you know, like a naughty dog with a squeak, like drop it. It's like, my brain's like, we've worked it out though. We could do it. I'm just like, yeah, but do you want to do it 50 times? And the brain's like, no. So I'm doing my best to dodge that particular bullet. It's like, no, we don't want to make anything peacock flavored. Nothing, okay? It's like, but we worked it out. It could be fun. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 25, 26, 27, 28. Yep. I can't count, apparently, which is not surprising, but also a little surprising. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Can we save that stitch, or did I frog it too far? I suppose if any of them were going to be very frustrating, it would be the frog. Currently working on a small peacock with 5 feathers. Okay, well 5 feels manageable, but the demon that sits on my shoulder that always wants me to make large projects, I don't know if I'm going to be able to distract it with shiny baubles for much longer because it's getting itchy. Everything's getting itchy. I got to do something big and cool or I'm going to like start splitting at the seams, I think. So peacock is not in the rotation, but it's also kind of in the rotation. You know what I mean? We're kind of thinking about it. What Pokemon has been the cutest that I've made so far? Ooh, that's hard. Because some of them have been absolutely baby. Mankey, Venonat, Caterpie. I think I have a soft spot for the small fuzzy round ones. Alright, that's 30. Let's just continue our black spiral here. Don't get me wrong, I love some of them for being cool, but Venonat's one of my favorites to play with at the moment, just because he sits really nicely on top of one of these little round LED lamps that I have, and it's just really cute to watch him like just stare into it lovingly. Yeah, Caterpickle. I love Caterpickle, but I feel like I can't bring the same enthusiasm to it as Nat. So I kind of downplay my love for Caterpickle because I don't I don't know if I can match the level of energy, but let it be known that I love Caterpickle enough at the time of making him that he was nearly the pattern for that week. Oh my goodness, honey!
I also put instructions onto the Discord live stream chat.
Oh wow, okay. Alright, well, Mr. Bones has made Edna Mole some glasses that fit really cutely, and he's just also let me know that oh, excuse me, sir. He's let me know that he's put instructions into the Discord for anyone else who wants to make some little glasses for their mole. Oh my goodness, you're so cute. Hello. Glasses. Glasses bring so much character. So just looking at Whirl versus Wrath, and Belly is pretty much the same size, just slightly different shaping at the end, but Wrath has longer legs. Okay. Well, with Wrath, I'm going to at least make him 3 stitches bigger in the round so I can say that I did. Yeah, just make the legs a little shorter and just give him the illusion of being, sorry, I mean larger. Give him the illusion of being bigger. Maybe hulking out the arms a lot, moving them up the body, will give him immediately the impression of being bigger. Okay. So that's another spiral around, and when it's stuffed it will pop outwards. This is very textural. Alright, let's get the rotation right. So it's like this. Oh no, I think I have to go bigger. Because that's only 1, 2, 3 rows. Okay, he's going to be a little bigger than we planned, and that's okay. We're fine with that, right? You guys like it when I go too big. He's still a simple shape. Even if he's going to be like 60 stitches around by the time I'm done with him. I will say that is a very representative spiral. I don't know if I need all 4 layers of it, but... Oh, wait, no, it's 4 if I hold it up that way. Maybe I only need half a round around. Yeah, I do. I only need to continue it down to here. We're fine. Never mind. We're good. We just need to do a round of 30 single crochet. We're actually great. I just forgot to take the rotation into account.
I analysed the thing before. Can I take a quick look?
This or this?
No, at the spiral.
Okay.
Oh, okay. You need to go around half again, I
Yeah,
think?
just a little bit again. Yeah. We concur.
So, like, the part where it begins is the part where it ends. And then, like...
I don't need to go like the full way around again. I just need to go that little bit. Yeah. Right, we called in an expert. And
also, you went the wrong direction for the spell.
I did. No. I went the right... No.
You went the correct one. I was testing you.
That was mean.
You threw me for a loop, but you passed.
Spiral looks great. Thank you, everybody. So I'm just working 30 single crochet around now, and that's going to give me the extra loops that I need to finish off this spiral, which finishes here. Just to go all the way down here. And it will give me a little bit of extra width on the white to, oh, actually, I probably don't need back loops there anymore. They'll mess it up. So yeah, a little bit of extra width on the white, because then I will do front post stitching with the blue to, which will eat some of the white. And yeah, we're going to color change. We're going to color change. If in your Pokemon playthrough you get Politoed, he doesn't have a spiral. Oh, I like Politoed. I'm trying to remember what his stomach looks like. He doesn't have a spiral? Thanks guys for having my back. So that was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Then we're just going to start working through both loops again, which is a nice change of pace. It's a little frustrating because I'm going to means that my rows aren't going to be super straightforward. They're going to have a split where I'm working, I don't know how to explain it, but like half a row in the next row and half a row in the past row. But we'll see. We'll see. I think it's going to be fine. Right, so it extends down 3 stitches into this row as well. And back to back loops for 3 single crochet. So 3 plus 6 is 9, which means it must be 21 single crochet around as regular stitches. Math. Makes the team work, makes the dream work. Right, 3 in the back loop again. I'm gonna once again pause what I'm doing with the white to finish off this spiral. Which, by the way, if I was doing this in any kind of sensible order, I would probably do the entire body piece and then add the spiral. But sometimes the design process is a little less linear than the making process. Politoed in Discord, thank you. I know Politoed, I love Politoed. Shiny Politoed looks really cool, but I'm having a weird moment where I'm pretty sure, yeah, I thought he had a spiral. He does. It's not as much of a spiral, but it's definitely still spirally. One, two, three. Now that should be our whole spiral, and it should start and end in the right spot. It doesn't. How did I miscalculate this so badly? I thought that would end up all the way down here for some reason. Okay, so I need to frog the white back, and it needs to go an extra 1, 2, 3 stitches down. So it's 6 stitches in back loop at the end. Which changes this to 18 single crochet. Cool. 6 plus 6. The math ain't math, and 6 plus 6 is 12. And then 18 is 30, yeah, okay. The math is mathing, I'm just not mathing very well. Back we go. Oh, frog this first. 2, 3. You don't lose your grip, please. You're fine, you lost your grip. But you won't lose your grip. You're, there we are, good. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, okay. Nope. I just started slip stitching in my white in the front loop instead of single crocheting with my white in the back loop. Ah, goody, 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 goody. Oh, night everybody, night everybody who's going to bed. Sleep well. Cool. Turn it over and we do our spiral. Okay, that should be it for the spiral. That should be all she wrote. So that looks pretty close. So I'm going to finish that off now. Call that golden. And now that I've done it, and I've done it successfully, and I feel like it looks good, I'll talk you guys through how I did a counterclockwise spiral, if you're interested in that. What we have is a spiral, right? And our spiral normally goes this way. I will be inking this, I just need a pencil guide first. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then on the next layer out, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So like end of the row, end of the row. It's a little more even than that normally, but you'll hopefully get the idea. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. Let's see if I can draw it better. It's a rough approximation, I'm sorry. So normally, like say the row starts here and it spirals out this way, you would work like, just work around, and then this one here would like naturally translate outwards, getting your spiral going in a certain direction. And again, it would just naturally spiral outwards. But we're going against the curve here. So getting my nice juicy inky pen. Instead, what you have to do is leave kind of gaps for yourself. So I started the spiral here, the opposite side to the end of the row, and I worked around a little bit. And then when I got to here, instead of continuing around where like it slopes outwards, I jumped a row and I went out here. And I kept going this way. Once again, leaving a 1 stitch gap because it makes the spiral flow a little bit smoother. And I jumped a row. So it's just about like kind of manually tracking the process. I don't know if that necessarily makes sense. It's not something I've tried to explain to people before because it's only sort of a mental process I'm going through. But that's the thought process I deployed, and that's what it ends up looking like. So I'm pretty pleased with that. But now we are left with kind of a little bit of a half and half type of row where I have to do what I was doing last row on the other side to this side, and I'm hoping at a certain point that balances out for me, but it's going to look a little bit messy as I have to change between white and blue a little bit to get everything lined up. But we got this. I made sense? Thank you very much. Technically we crochet anti-clockwise, so the spiral is clockwise. Oh. Hey, yeah, the spiral is clockwise. That's true. Bye, lonely little lollipop. Thanks for hanging out. Yeah, so the next row will be 6 single crochet in our white, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think we're going to do 7 single crochet in our white. Oh, or I could just be really obnoxious and do the thing that I did with the Croissantosaurus, which will make the writing of the rows easier, but it's also going to potentially make replicating it harder. Anyway, I'm going to feel my way forward on this. There's a couple of different methods that can be deployed. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. All right, so that's 6 stitches in. So the 2 schools of thought here, I can change to my blue now and start doing front post stitching around to here, and then change back to my white and finish building up that rim, and then in the next row catch it up, but I feel like that's gonna make it look jagged. So instead what I'm gonna do is something a little obnoxious, and I'm going to do a full row in 30 single crochet to bring everything up to a minimum height, and then we're going to work, I can't remember what I was calling it. I think of it as top stitching, but I think surface crochet is technically more correct, to tilt and level out the 2 sides of him. Because if anyone can take a simple little ball frog and not a bullfrog, a ball frog, and turn it into a complex, crusty nightmare, that'd be me, right? It's there in the name. Who's glaring? Grim, why are we glaring? A left-handed crochet of the spiral would be so easy for you for a change. Well, Sam, you say that now, but the spirals go in 2 different directions as we work this evolutionary line, so you'll have to learn this at some point if you wanted to make all of them. Hi, Celia. Forgive your Americanness, but wouldn't it be easier to embroider the spiral? Yeah, totally, if you wanted to. I'm not good at embroidery. And so I like to try and keep the elements as crochet based as possible, where possible. Plus this spiral is one that I like. This is a perfectly fun way to do it, and I think that it's potentially a little bit more accessible. With my embroidery I have a little bit of trouble with spacing, and whereas like working with stitches like this keeps the stitches perfectly spaced and positions them exactly where you want them to be on the belly. So for me, it's a kind of a win-win rather than whipping out a needle. Me making things difficult. Oh, well, if you're up to the hands for the mole, then you've got what it takes to finish the mole, because if you've made it that far, you're through a lot of it. Honestly, I can't even work out how I worked out how to make the body of that thing. I must have just like, I don't know, but that was just, I was on a whole other level the day I came up with this mole. All right, that's back to the start. And we're gonna change to our blue there. Pop you out. Hello, careful, careful. Who are you reaching? Oh, I see flesh! I see flesh! Mr. Bones wanting more representation. Nope, nope, nope. Oh. I've got him. Like the mushroom dragon? Yeah, mushroom dragon is one of those concepts that's gone back in the pile, like with owlbear for me. I want to make a big owlbear and I want to make a different sort of mushroom dragon. I like my little mushy fellow, but he is dipping a toe in a concept that I think I can do bigger and better and differently. So, funnily enough, as we were talking about embroidery, I think that the version I have in my head will involve a lot more embroidery. But I've decided I'm gonna do it. I've put, oh, hey, Grim Squirrel, your fingernails look great. Yeah. The body was a bit nightmarish and you accidentally made the tail crooked at the tip, but he looks so good. Oh, yay. Moles are absolutely the jazz hands Pokemon. Everywhere they go, it's just... Alrighty, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that's 6. Right, the notation becomes hard, but I can manage that. That's 6 front post single crochet. And then I don't remember how I used to write the notation, but I want to go down a level. Nope, I want to do 7. So rather than working in, sorry guys, I'm losing my voice. I'm otherwise fine, I'm just losing my voice. Yeah, I said Pokemon, I said what I said, you heard me. I want to go down a row. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So they were in row 7 loops, and then I want to do a bunch of front post single crochet in the row 6 loops. So not these ones here, but these ones here. And by loops I mean posts, sorry. 1, 2, 5, 6. Oh, no, see? Okay, we've got 1 row of visible white on this side, but we still have 2 rows, so I have to go back and I have to fix that. Even working 1 row in isn't enough. I think we might have to go 2 rows in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that 7th one will go here, down a level. And stay at that level. And stay at that level, so that's 3. And then move in another level. Or is that crooked? No, that's pretty straight. So that's 3, and then we're going down another level to row 5. You're currently making the rainbow dart frog. Yee. I would like to play more with color changes now that I've learned a trick that is supposed to help give you crispier edges. But I don't know what I'm going to apply that to. I don't know. I just feeling a little creatively stifled at the moment. It's kind of like a missing Crojo type of thing, but it's not that severe. It's like I have so many things that I would love to be making and I just don't ever seem to quite get around to making them. But I was saying it before and I'll say it again now. I have officially put a big chunk on my schedule. I'm going to start making him pretty soon. I think, and maybe you guys can help me with this, I think next week I'm going to do the mushroom canvas and finish off that series. So like, I think that's what I'm going to do next week. And I'm just going to focus on smaller things for a while because like these really big pattern videos have kind of been burning me out a little bit. They're great fun to share, but then like I know that they are a very niche audience at this point. So they don't quite get the love from YouTube that the hundreds of hours that go into them kind of, I don't know what I'm trying to say here. It's just like, I'd rather be doing something that I'm not getting the joy out of them at the moment, so I'm going to do something else for a bit and get the joy out of that, and then when I'm getting joy out of the projects I'm making, I'm a little less susceptible to the whims of the internet, if that makes sense. Giant chunk, yes! I don't know if it's going to be quite beach ball, but I'm thinking he's currently like this, right? There we are, center it. So he's currently oh, sorry, I can use this. He's currently this big. And so if I doubled him, he'd be this and like this. So like this. But if I tripled him, he'd be like, and that's pretty good. That said, he is a very old pattern and he was designed during a fever dream that was a 24-hour challenge. So I don't know how well the design and the structure in that holds up over time, or if I would still approach things the same way. But I definitely update the feet, because like sizing them up to the scale that I want them, he needs more detailed toenails and stuff. But I think a really big chunk would be a lot of fun, just as a big project. And I want to use like a lot of different colors and give him some interesting scale textures and embroider him. I think he's gonna be 100 hours. I think he's gonna be my new 100-hour challenge. The smaller ones are also great. Yeah, exactly, Ashley. That's just, sometimes it's surprisingly easy to forget little things like that when you're so far into like the trenches of getting something done. But that mole pattern video was 2.5 hours long. And that's too long. I need to just make some simple creatures again. Maybe just do some not my idea votes. Like, you guys love them. I love them and can get them done in a reasonable time frame. I don't know why I keep forcing myself to do, well, not forcing, but like keep getting caught up with things like the Crossontosaurus. Oh, no, we have to write notes down, brain. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. So 23 blue stitches, less the 10 that were in the other level. What number did I say? 23? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. I did say 23. So that's 13 at row 5, and then we're back up to row 6 again. Good luck to anybody trying to make this simple little ball. Because I'm turning it into a freaking gauntlet. 1, 2 at that level. 3 at that level.
Stream health.
No dropped frames?
Cool.
Are people experiencing problems?
Oh no, mine just stopped for a second.
Oh, okay. So 13 plus 10 is 23, that's 28, so then it must be just 2 front post single crochet back at R7. We're not calling this noble creature Sprog. Why not? I like the name Sprog. Alright guys, we need alternate names. Mr. Bones does have power of veto and he is vetoing Sprog. That said, we could maybe get Sprog through for Poliwag, because he's the baby. Nope, that's fine, guys. He has veto power. He is vetoing, he gets to veto. Let's just say he knows a guy. Alright. So we have spiral, we have blue. I think a little bit more of the white is potentially supposed to be showing around the edges, but it is what it is, and I'm kind of happy with it, so we are going to carry on. So we've done that, and now I want to load some increases around the top of the head. Going back up to my reference images in the Discord. Mr. Bones, I just saw your Poliwhirl with teeth picture. That's not his mouth. The whole point of today is that he doesn't have a mouth. All right, and we're gonna do like a half growth row, which I call something different every time I do it, but basically it means instead of using 6 increases, we're gonna evenly space 3, which is gonna give us just a gentler slope and hopefully curb some of the growth we're experiencing, because I don't want him getting any bigger. I don't want it. But he's 30 around at the moment, which means we're doing 9 single crochet and an increase, and we're getting up to 33. I'm hoping to not go much bigger than 36. You put those away.
It's like he has a giant gobstopper in his mouth.
I actually think that this is meant to be like his lower lip, and like it hinges open, like the spiral hinges open.
I don't think he gains sustenance from food. I think he gains sustenance from like the hypnosis.
The tears of orphans and and the pain of others.
Love Frog over the hat.
Oh yeah, he stole the hat from the crab. What if the spiral is his mouth? I'm just picturing a teeny tiny pair of puckered lips on the end of the spiral waiting to like slurp it up like a giant tapeworm emerging from the body of Poliwhirl. I could do a really good nightmare version of this, and by that I mean it wouldn't look good, but the concept would be sound. Sven! I kind of like the name Sven. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and an increase. Mr. Bones, does Sven pass muster?
Sven is fine.
Sven is fine.
Also 8 is good too.
And 9 is afraid. I'm gonna stop and do a stitch count because I think I don't have enough stitches. It's fine, but it's also just not ideal. I think I just lost count because I keep mental count as well as a form of I just always do it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 9, 30, we're good. That was the right number. We could call him Mr. T because, like, he's kind of punchy and 7T. I like that a lot. Mr. Bones okayed Sprog? Oh, did something change? Sprogson? Count Sprogula? Sorry, I'm in kind of like a... It's not spooky, but I'm in kind of a spoopy place. Or just like, my brain is already in October. Okay, I think I'm just going to do 33 around and just see how that settles. It's a little protrudy, more than I wanted. Maybe I do need to, no, I don't want to grow it again. I think that's about the right size. I think that's about the right size. I don't know. Where's the top of the head anyway? That's the side. This is the top of the head. I just feel like there's a little bit more blue that's meant to be on the top than on the side. So how about we go single crochet, increase, increase. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, increase. That'd be about right. And then back to the start, which would get us to 36. That'd be what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 16. So it'd be 20 stitches back to the start. If you'd told teenage me that I'd be performing math live on camera to as my job, I don't know what I would have thought, but I like to think that teenage me is proud of adult me. Sir Sproggingston. No, we used up our title last stream. So you guys get to name one really, really long names every so often, but they don't all get to get noble titles and houses in their names. So you kind of burned that with, here we go again. What's his name? His name is Barnathan Kingsley the ninth. Neddington, 69th of his name. You've used your titles for the month.
If we've already used up a lot of titles, maybe we could call him Surf Sproddington.
The peasant Sprog.
Yeah, peasant Sprog. Sprog Thatcher. Or Sprog Baker.
The candle Sprog maker.
Yeah.
No. No.
I vetoed it initially because of an Australianism, but like it's just a local thing, and so the rest of the world doesn't use that, and so it's fine.
Wait, hang on. I'm going to turn the microphone off for just a second.
Oh, no, I can do it with a gesture.
Oh, that's the hang on. No, that's the camera.
You don't need to mute the microphone.
Stop. All right, we're back. Sorry, guys.
We are back after these mild disruptions.
Hydrate. Yep, everybody hydrate or dihydrate. Well, I learned something new today, because that's not what I thought it meant. Oh, yep, friendly wrist stretch reminder, thank you very much to Hopi. Don't let that tension build, we're entering gift season. And I know, as part of the crafting community, this is our Super Bowl. I gotta keep ourselves in peak condition. (11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 34, 35, 36. What's up, love?
Just a heads up, I'm pretty sure everyone understood the conversation because you have a very expressive face.
Oh, come on, my face did not spell that out.
Pretty much.
You just waved and whacked this bunny head and immediately apologized to it? Yeah, you gotta apologize. They've got feelings. You're excited for the Polytoad? Yeah, shiny Polytoad is cool because it's like what, pink and purple, right? Like really bright colors. Though honestly, the normal colored Polytoad is fun as well. I can't remember if that's a shiny I have or just a shiny I really wanted. But in any case, we are on the downslope. Because uphill and it's all uphill from here and it's all downhill from here kind of mean the same thing to me. Like, but yeah, we're on the downslope of this particular Pokemon now. We have made it to the widest point because I'm not going any wider than 36 because Poliwrath can go up to 42 if we need to. So I'm just adding a little bit of depth with a couple of rows of 36 single crochet around. And then when I decrease, I'll decrease the top first to give him that little bit of a booty. Water, okay. Water is yum enough. if you're dehydrated enough. It's like you go for a sip of water and suddenly it's glug, glug, glug and it's gone. Yeah, you're thirsty. I found that water tastes great if you don't smell it, particularly in built up areas. Rainwater smells fine and this doesn't apply to that. But here in the city, it smells really badly like chlorine. And I can't drink it if I smell it, but that's why I like this particular water bottle. It's no good for going around, that's my name. It's no good for like taking outside because it's too heavy, but it's got a small opening at the top. And I don't like the straw ones, but I like this opening because I can drink from it normally, but I can't smell the water when I do. And it keeps it at a very pleasant temperature, not chilled, but just like slightly not room temperature. So you got, like, water takes some doing and finessing, but once you work out the system, you're golden. His name could be Johnson. You named your Poliwags Huey, Dewey, and Louie. That's really cute. But those are duck names, and Poliwags are tadpoles. Alright. I guess yummy has different meanings to different people. I find survival yummy. Let's remember we are water-based. We are just basically walking sacks of water, and we do need to top up our fluids. That can take whatever form you like. Fluid is fluid. Shiny Polytoad is pink and blue. Yeah. Oh, you named it Candy. That's so cute. His name, I still like the name Johnson. And just the deliverance, Purple Dolphin Studio. Just the deliverance of his name could be Johnson. Because I feel like you're riffing on what we were talking about before, but it's fine. I probably got dehydrated today. I'm still honestly, okay. The burst pipe violated my trust in the water in this house, and I don't know if anybody else struggles with this, but like mentally going back to drinking water has been really hard for me. I'm starting to do it now. I'm only a couple of days in, but I am dry. I am dehydrated. Breaking out because of it. I got dandruff because of it. And you don't want to hear all of this, but just like the water, like I needed water and I wasn't drinking it. So we're hydrating, because otherwise we'll dehydrate. You love being a sack of water? Yeah, it makes us squishy. Candy was your first ever shiny. I caught her full odds in Ultra Moon. That's amazing. I actually haven't picked up Scarlet in a little while because I've been so wrapped up in Core Keeper, but I'm very keen to actually do some shiny hunting in it at some point. Alright, I think that's actually a surprisingly good width. I think that we'll slowly start... Oh, wait, does he need to be a little wider? One more row wider. One more. Boil the water and drink hot water. It'll mentally separate the faucet from the drink. Maybe. Honestly, it's just a matter of... I already have a filter jug that I put my water through, which helps get rid of some of the chlorine smell. It doesn't actually filter the water, it's just it aerates it enough that the chlorine smell isn't in it anymore. Because I never changed the filter, but it's the process that helps. But yeah, no, it's a matter of like, if I keep my water bottle full and within reach, I will swig from it. And if I do not drink. So hydration or dehydration is the goal. Oh, speaking of which, we were talking about potential merch in the Discord the other day. And some ideas have been bandied about. Now, I've always felt kind of weird about the notion of having t-shirts, but it seems like there might be more and more of a call for people who would like to identify themselves as Complicated Knots people, I guess. So I've been toying with the idea of some t-shirts, and like some of the fun ones that have come up already are the Boring Color Brigade, which I already know would be a nice brown color, but then there was like Happy Time Zone was one people were thinking of. I thought Hydrate or Dihydrate was like kind of like a definite one, but at the same time I don't want to do like merch for the sake of merch either, because I don't like the idea of like, it feels like, forgive the very evocative phrase, but I have no interest in milking you guys for your money, if that makes sense. So if t-shirts are something you would be interested in, I can see us doing maybe 1 or 2, just because I wouldn't mind having a t-shirt.
Oh, intrigue. I brought in a weird prop.
He brought in a prop.
You could do a pattern for something like that people can patch onto there, like a patch.
Like a patch.
And it says like happy time zone, and you could do the pattern for it. That way people can make their own.
Oh, I like that idea.
You can just make one and then stick it onto your bag. There you go, and you don't have to worry about like t-shirt companies and ugh.
Oh no, I already know how I would do it. But because like I kind of want some t-shirts as well. Like, I would want to wear my own merch, but like I feel like if I'm going to wear my own merch, I should make sure that it's available if other people see it and want it. But also, it's never going to become a big thing here. Just letting you guys know.
You always just do like a picture, and then people can send the pictures to their local t-shirt makers.
Maybe. Hello, it's Thursday. I can't, like, for a long time there, I thought it's complicated could be fun. But also just like trust the process, or I am the process. There's just a few things that we say a lot here that could be fun. Stickers, patches, maybe a drink bottle with hydrate or dihydrate on it. Yeah, so you guys get the vibe. So it's just something that I've been thinking about a little bit.
An entire crocheted merch thing, where it's like you know, like the sleeves that go around your drink bottles to keep them warm.
I think you're underestimating how hard lettering is, but
hydrate or dihydrate. Oh, I can work it out.
Okay. I meant the color changes involved in doing it makes it extremely difficult.
Not color changes.
It'd be a case of like most people would buy one, but I could make a pattern available, and the masters would be able to produce one.
Out like a genius way to do lettering using topology and mathematics, and you'd be like, "Wow, that's incredible!" And then it would be used everywhere.
He's very smart.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
I'm not making fun of you. You're very smart.
No, that was sounds of agreement. Yes.
Yeah, trust the process. I am the process. Like, to me, that has the same vibes as I need an adult. Wait, I am an adult. I was in the company of a very small child the other day. Sweet little thing. And she wanted to show me a spider in the windowsill because she loves to show us spiders. She likes to point them out. And she was like, Come, I'll show you the spider. And so she grabbed my hand, she pulled me over, and she showed me this spider. And I was like, oh, okay, well, when you see a spider, you need to tell an adult. And then I realized that I was the adult in that situation, and she was telling the adult. And then it was just my job to do whatever it was. But like, no one ever tells you the next step. No one takes you aside one day and says, okay, you are the adult. This is what you do. It's just all you're ever taught as a kid is get an adult and tell them and make it their problem. No, where's the instruction guide for the adults? You would 100% buy a shirt that had "I am the process" on it. Yeah, so maybe it like if I do decide to go any further down this line, because I would have to like test samples and whatever, and I'm gonna level with you guys. It's going to be one of those print on demand type of things. I'm not gonna end up with a warehouse of stuff here in Australia that I try and ship worldwide, but it would at least mean that it'll keep it way more affordable for everyone if I do it that way. And I'm not very far down this path. I would have to get like samples of them made and check that I liked the quality and the fit and the size inclusivity and all of that stuff. But yeah, it's something I'm thinking about, and then maybe we could do some votes on designs. Maybe I'll open a channel on the Discord for people to submit plans or whatever if they're happy with them to be used, though that opens up a whole other line of like, I believe artists should be paid for their work, so that's a whole other thing. Yeah, so anyway, it's just something that's come up recently that I've been thinking about. And the timing of, yeah, anyway. Alrighty, so we have done, I took the stitch marker out, so I sure hope I kept count of how many rows I've done. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 6. It's 6. Cool. I have kept count. We're fine. I kept count. Everything's fine. So wait, I'm going to load my decreases in the top kind of third of this opening so that he ends up with a little bit more booty as we build it up. Your young nieces and nephews have asked you to kill spiders, and somehow I'm suddenly 1,000 times as brave around bugs. Yeah. Well, see, that's the thing. She doesn't want us to kill the spider. She just needs to make sure that we're aware that it's there. But then she gets upset if we if we do anything to the spiders. Like, she pointed out an ant and I smushed it with my finger. I'm just like, it's gone. And she's like, oh, where did it go? I'm like, everyone's looking panicked around me because apparently killing the ant was the wrong thing to do in that scenario. I was like, oh, it's gone home to its family. Okay, we put it outside? Yeah, we put it outside. It's like, no, I squished the ant. Do it as a comp winner gets a tee, hoodie, mug for the design if you go to a print on demand that does things. Maybe, I don't know. I do believe in paying people for their time, and I think that competitions can be a massive scam to get free work out of creatives, and I'm not about that. So it'd be one of those things where I have to like think my way through the labyrinth of what this is and what matches my personal stance on a lot of this stuff. Yeah. Because this is meant to be something that, yeah, you guys, like, if the people who want it, they can have it. But I have to make sure that it's done in a way that feels good for everybody. So, you rarely smash spiders now, can't help it because you have your own spiders. Yeah, it's like, I like spiders. I would rather see spiders than any other insect in my house. They have to stay in the corners of the roof. That's the rules. That's their place. But I'd rather spiders than the horse-sized mosquitoes we're getting this year. Oh my goodness. Anyone else in Australia noticing the size of mosquitoes is like doubled? They're like this big. They're this big. Yay for correct counting. Thank you very much. All right, I put a stitch marker back in, so we're back on safe ground now. I'm just trying to work out exactly where to put these decreases. But I think they need to be fairly dispersed, but not quite as dispersed as the increases were 4 rows ago. So I'm thinking 1, 2, 3, 4, and then we'll do 3 in a decrease. Hello?
I just want to let the internet know the mosquitoes are the same size. CK is exaggerating. It was a perfectly normal mosquito that I smushed into the ceiling.
It wasn't, it was huge.
No, it was normal size.
It was enormous. I've seen some really big ones this year. I wasn't even actually thinking about the one on the roof. Like there was one in the bathroom the other day and it literally left, its body was the size of my hand.
I doubt.
You're free to your doubt. That is your prerogative.
I ate too much blood. You're just seeing like
He's like they're like flying water balloons.
You're seeing like dead mice around the place and they're just like
This mosquito, no joke, was shaped like this. Ready? And he was full and sloshing.
Did you draw a little bit more panic in his eyes?
Sure.
I'm getting Far Side vibes.
Just inking it so they can see it on camera.
I have an idea for a pattern for you.
Isn't a mosquito blotted with blood?
A very panicked looking mosquito.
It's me after Christmas dinner, but less blood.
You can put like a little water balloon inside filled with like red cordial or something.
Put a sponge in him, make him a water bomb.
Yeah, perfect.
Good morning to the UK. Only the lady mosquitoes drink blood, that is correct. For both mosquitoes and people. You'd make that as a simple pattern. I'm kind of tempted to make them as Christmas tree ornaments, just to hang little mosquitoes all over the tree. It's a very specific niche sense of humour though, so maybe not. Alright, just working out the spacing on these decreases. And to be perfectly frank, I've just made something up and I'm sure it'll be fine. 1, 2, 3, and we decrease. She, if she was full, she was a she. Yeah, she. Sorry, did I refer to it as he? Because I do tend to default to male pronouns. Appreciate you and your need to make things fair to me. Oh, thanks very much, Rainstorm. I'm going to make mistakes. Please don't be disappointed in me when I do.
Christmas tree mosquitoes.
Yeah.
Like baubles.
I'm telling you, it's the 12 Days of Bugsmas this year. It's not avoidable.
I love it. They're just giant, round, shiny bugs.
Yeah, blowflies, mosquitoes, grub tinsel.
Yes. If you look really closely, you can see the tree.
Catapinzel.
Writhing.
Oh, that's upsetting. Like the fireflies as Christmas lights. Christmas tree spider is a real thing, and we get, I call them Christmas beetles, but I believe they're a kind of spider, and I don't think they're the Christmas beetles you get in America. But they're like tiny little round spiders that are covered in spikes, and they're like white and yellow and green and stuff. I'm just finding out that the mushroom dragon doubles as a mushy poppet. Oh yeah. A lot of my designing stuff can flex one way or the other. Your arms are starting to itch again after the mosquito talk. Oh, I'm sorry. You should get some like stingos or something. It can take the sting right out. Oh, here we go. He's got crazy conspiracy face on.
So you have bugs all over the tree, right?
Okay.
And you know how you usually have an angel on top of the tree? Yeah. You could have her holding up her dress, standing on top of a chair like, ah! Like screaming on top of the tree because it's just insects all the way down.
I'm just thinking we make a triangular shaped frog or something, and he's just like an ambush predator waiting for the bugs to land.
And with like a little tutu, the pointy hat, like a damsel frog.
Lady Froggington on top of the tree.
Oh, and the tinsel is his tongue all the way down, covered in insects.
Oh, that's fun. Yeah. Though honestly, here in Australia, using sticky flypaper as tinsel on a tree is not a bad idea.
I'm getting very Tim Burton sort of.
Oh yeah, a little bit. I see I flip what you're frying. Meant jeweled spider ornaments are a thing, not just hitchhikers. Unscented deodorant will help the itch. There you go. Okay. It's looking like a little... The stuffing will pop that out a little bit more, so the spiral's a little bit more even, but for now I'm just letting it cave in. Cool. So that's what I mean about putting decreases at the top, helping narrow it down a little bit. I think that might actually be enough. And we just close off normally now. It's only very slight, but I know it's there and you know it's there. And I think that's what matters. In the long run, it's the things that are there. Oh no, that actually just gets us down to 33. And I didn't do the math on that row at all. 4, 4, and 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Ugh. That must have been 13 single crochet back to start. Leaving us with 16, 17, 18, 19, plus 8. Okay, the math is just really not mathing with this row. Did I end up at 36 stitches around or not? One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33. Yeah, I'm down to 33 now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. I just can't math. That's 14, so there should have been 19 single crochet between the last increase and the end of the row. Which is, where's that increase? Oh, the decrease, I mean. There's that decrease. 1, 2, 3, 4. Nope, that's another decrease. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's a decrease. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and that should be my decrease. It is. Cool. Never mind. I'm good. My hands are smarter than my brain today. It's fine. It happens. She's not eating the pufferfish. Okay, guys, the pufferfish is fine. I promise I'll move it when I go on break. They, them is neutral if I ever need a neutral option. I do try to do that, but it's just like I organically just default to, like, even Edna here. Edna is a he. I just don't pay enough attention to these things. Alrighty, so we're down to 33, and I'm gonna go 30. When? If? I missed whatever the rest of that sentence is. Getting a mental image of the spider left on the bricks outside, his little suitcase beside him holding a book over his head to shield against the rain. I thought we were roommates. What? Mr. Bones, please stop using your powers for evil. The teeth cleaning service. Sammy, you too. You stop using your chat powers for evil. Okay, so we decrease that on that side, and then no, we'll decrease on this side because then we can keep these even. Recently, Mr. Bones has been helping me by typing up these notes after the stream, and these ones here are going to be fun for him to try and work out what I've written. It's always really fun reading what he types afterwards because it shines a real interesting spotlight for me on how bad or good my notation is on any given day. It's super fun when something like a V ends up somewhere, which was being used as a Roman numeral. Once it was described to me, it made perfect sense. But at the same time, I had a moment of like, I don't think I've used V in any of my weird shorthand. Look, I promise the pufferfish and the anglerfish are besties, okay? They are having a good time. There is no dark side to this story. At least until anglerfish ends up hungry one day. It's been such a long time since she found any food. The ocean is a big place, but it's getting bigger. The big angler is just carrying the baby pufferfish like crocodiles carry their babies. Yeah, that works. Like I said, they're both having a good time. At this point, if she was going to bite down, it's been months. She's had the opportunity. I'm pretty sure that baby puffer's name is Cheese, though, because she's a cheese puff. There we go. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 19, back to start. All right, cool. And now we can just decrease like a regular person. You know, regular mole, regular mole. All the way down, penmanship out the window, and finish off. In theory, I've already finished off. In practice, we've got a little way to go. Then the anglerfish needs a name. I'm pretty sure I opened up the comment section to name her, but I don't know if any of them really like stuck out to me. Like there are a lot of good names, but sometimes, you know, you can read a list of perfect puns and beautiful, wonderful names, and none of them kind of just like hits quite right. Celia, I haven't gotten very far down the process, but the idea would be it would be print on demand, and so I would find somewhere that's available relatively globally. There's a couple of options out there that I think a lot of YouTubers use, and I would probably just find one of those that I thought the quality was okay. It's going to, yeah. I'm not very far down this particular process, so please nobody get overly excited about it just yet. It's probably not going to happen until the new year anyway. Okay, I am the Lord Master of putting way too much on my plate and then sitting there stressed up to my eyeballs in work, not able to do any of the things that I actually enjoy about the process because I'm too stressed about it, and looking at Mr. Bones just going, help me, why did I do this? And he's like, you know better. And I'm like, I know better. And then he gives me a hug and makes it better. But like, I'm very prone to putting myself in that position. And so like, yeah, I am going to try and be kind to myself and say I don't have time to really like delve into it right now. It's just definitely there's some ideas floating around. And the fact that you guys might want some of it isn't really a thought that had occurred to me yet. So yeah, because like honestly it would make getting dressed for streams really easy if I could just throw one of my own shirts on. Thank you for answering your question, but if you do one day have merch, sign you up for something. Thanks very much, Celia. I like it's one of those things where if I do it, it'll happen probably in the next 6 months, but yeah. Gotta be done the right way. or as right as I can manage. Think you're gonna dip out? Oh, good idea, play some Dragon Age. Hopefully we've helped you unwind a little bit from your work day. Big Bertha. Regular Noel. I see we've got some critters in the chat. Yeah, here we go. One of the things I got at IKEA, we haven't put the wheels on it yet, and I'm going to put some big goggly Oscar the Grouch eyes on top of it, is I've got this. It's my stuffing bin. It's got stuffing in it. Because at the moment I just sort of drag the bag around. And I always lose it, and it's never where I want it to be, and then I have to go get it. Whereas like if it's in a big bin on wheels, I can just wheel it around from room to room and always know where it is, and it'll fit under the desk, out of the way, and I'll be able to reach it from both sides of the room, and I might even put it on a string so that I can pull it to one side of the room to the like white little thing and wheel it over. I'm sure Mr. Bones would be quite excited to put something like that together for me. So yeah, he needs some goggly eyes on top, and we might need to name the bin, but I have a stuffing bin now. It's a big metal one too, which is very satisfying. It's like a shield. Yeah, so I got a stuffing bin. I mean, I'm a little excited about crazy things sometimes, and that's one of them. Oh, welcome very much, Shari Dixon. Sorry, you're very far away, that's why I'm squinting. Welcome to your first stream. You're meant to have a stitch count of 38 and you're at 24. Oh no, something's gone wrong there. Plus it'll keep the dust out. Exactly. One of the like non-negotiables for me is it had to have a lid. And yeah, we were just walking around IKEA and I was looking at coffee tables because like you could flip them upside down and put the wheels on the bottom and the legs would hold the bag. But I really wanted it to have a lid. And then yeah, Mr. Bones spotted this one across a crowded room and it was like fate. I feel like the bin is automatically Oscar. Yeah. I'll admit I've been thinking of him as Oscar. It's a very Oscar the Grouch can, but I'm tempted to make it like a stuffing mimic. I know that's probably a bit silly, but like just a couple of eyes on there, maybe a little bit of a tongue hanging out one side. It's got a little hook on it so I can hang the lid off the handles on the side. You can't see what I'm doing at all. But yeah, I can hang the lid off. So yeah, I've been thinking of it as like a stuffing mimic. It's like a Chester from Don't Starve. He's my craft room companion. One of your snakes' name is Cheese. Cheese and Pretzel, that's really cute. With merch, we need something that along the lines of I can crochet but I can't count. Yeah, what we need is a Venn diagram, and that's like people who can crochet and people who can count, and there's just being like no overlap between the two circles. Then we can get a little bit of math humor in there as well. Oh, we're still closing off. I've already written this pattern down. I'm just I've stuffed him quite thoroughly. Go. And we're just decreasing. He doesn't have a tail, which keeps this relatively easy. Know that it hurt its tongue? Oh yeah, that's true. And like that, I tend to skew creaturey, and it's fine for my bin to just be a bin. You know what I mean? It's fine for it just to be a cool object that serves a helpful function, and I don't need to turn it into an animal by adding a bunch of bits to it. Like, that's fine. Can we name the bin Bentley? Or Bingy? Binathan? Benjamin! Oh, he's Benjamin! Guys, I'd like you to meet Benjamin. Here's my stuffing container, my stuffing companion. We will give him eyes. I'll get some like ping pong balls or something and attach some eyes to the top handle, but I don't think I'm going to go overboard with it. Like to me, he's meant like mentally. Sorry? Sorry, Mr. Bones called out something and I didn't hear him. But yeah, I think Benjamin. And yeah, we'll give him some eyeballs. Like, not crochet ones, probably not crochet ones.
I wrote the name down.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, honey. Yeah, we'll give him some eyeballs of some kind, but I'm not going to mess with like the function of the device. So like the handles stay clear and I'm not going to put anything underneath, I don't think. Though it could be fun if like you lifted the lid and there's like a creature there. So you just attach something to the lid and it would lift up. You'd love the idea of getting a lidded container for stuffing. Yeah, so all I did, like this is just a big metal bin and we got some casters and Mr. Bones is going to drill some holes in the base of the bin and we're going to attach the wheels on casters and it's going to wheel around and it's going to be great.
Not everything needs to be a creature, some things can just be bins. Benjamin. Okay, so his name is Benjamin. And he's this old and he's got googly eyes and he's going to have little legs that crawl across the floor as he goes.
I love him. I want a pulley system so that wherever I'm sitting at my new desk setup, I can just like wind a thing and Benjamin comes crawling out.
I was actually thinking like a pulley system for him to be retracted back to the desk.
Oh.
So like you pull him out and then like when you release him, he just scoots back to where he's supposed to be.
Yeah. I really like the name Benjamin, guys. I never would have gotten there without you. Alright, we're nearly finished with the dumpling of this body, and then I think we'll do probably eyes next. It's always nice when they can judge you as you work on them. How's everybody's moles and blankets and everything else going? Needs to be googly eyes? Yeah, the googly eyes, if I can get some round ones, I will, but I definitely want him to have like round three-dimensional eyes, not just, I suppose some big googly eyes just stuck flat on top also works. I was picturing them more like ambush predator eyes. Put him on an RC car so I can let remote control him around. That's funny. Megapoded the mimic chest and put plastic canvas in him and he's going to be your money holder for your market to discourage sticky fingers. Oh, I love that. Oh, that's great. I love that. Because like the real secret about mimics is that like if you put the mimic bit inside any container, it just automatically becomes a mimic. Actually, you know what? I probably wouldn't mind making like a 100-hour version of a mimic either. Any of the things that I've done over the years, just something big and cool would be fun. But maybe, maybe. No, Owlbear definitely takes precedence in that queue. And I also wouldn't mind making Tiamat because I feel like I've got a really simple solution to how to attach 5 necks to one opening. And I feel like a lot of people think that it's too hard and I just feel like it's not. I just feel like it's a really basic approach. You leave openings, you attach necks into them. Bada bing, bada Tiamat. Kind of like what we did with Cerberus, but with 2 extra openings. Your mole is requiring some improv to fix the stitch count. Oh no. If you need to sneak increases or extra stitches in, do it in the corners. It'll be hidden by the arms and legs, depending on which part of him you're working on. Okay, one little dumpling coming right up. Is the spiral reading okay? It's a little thicker than I would have liked it to be, but I think it's fine. Alrighty, let's get some eyes out. Where's my little baggie of eyes? It's here somewhere. There it is. One of the joys of life is getting attached to random objects because you've given them names and faces. Yeah, I agree with that. This is Benjamin. He is my son. Do not ever speak to me or him ever again. Are these eyes too small? Have I made you so large that 9mm safety eyes are too small? You identify as a problem, don't you, sir? Okay, well, we're going to try it anyway. We're going to start in the white, make a magic ring 6, then we'll build blue off the back of it in a little puck formation.
A Malaysian says, any suggestions on how to make crocheting with blanket yarn better on my wrist? Would a brace help at all? 4-weight yarn hasn't given me trouble like this.
It's one of the things about working with heavier yarn. Look, I'm not an expert at working at heavy yarn. I clearly choose not to do it a lot of the time because of that. It can help if you're working with like a lap table to like basically like raise up your arms when you're working with it rather than trying to hold it up the whole time. When I've been working on the few blankets that I have been working on, I always tend to do it with either like a body pillow or a desk table on my lap to like hold the weight of my arms and the blanket at the same time. But other than that, maybe someone else in chat who works on blankets and heavy things has some more ideas that might be able to help you. Name Poliwhirl Puck. That is a very puckish comment. They could go with like a Shakespearean theme. They could be like Puck, Hippolyta, and I don't know, Mercutio. Just 3 random Shakespearean names. Cool. Yeah, Seraphine, good night. I hope you sleep well. 3, 4, 5, 6. All right, so that's... My eyes are too small. I'll just like try this on for size. You wanna go through? You wanna help me out here? This Poliwhirl has been licking himself. Let's just, all right, we'll do that. And then we are gonna change to our blue.
You haven't snapped the backs on.
Very good, honey. I haven't. Please note, I did not ask anyone to remind me, but it would also help me if you guys would remind me if I get too far in this process without snapping the backs on. You actually suggested the name Hippolyta for the name earlier? I didn't see that, Fiara, but that's awesome. You and me. Wavelength then. It doesn't work on heavy things, but you do use a wrist brace. I find that a wrist brace, I have wrist braces that I wear. I have one for each wrist for other reasons. And yeah, it's one of those things where I actually find that they can cause my wrists to hurt more if I'm trying to do something while wearing them. Because I'm like trying to do my normal movements and that little bit of extra support is actually just impeding them. That's my personal experience kind of thing. And they might help. They might help other people. Now look here, man. We went through all of this effort to get your spiral right. Now your eyes are looking terrible. You need to drink some water or something. That's like, you're like the frog equivalent of Bloodshot. Night, Carrie. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate the people who are like destroying their sleep schedules for the sake of hanging out. A pillow for your elbows can also help with the weight. Yeah, that's what I was meaning by body. When I play the Switch, I try and put like a body pillow under my arm so that I'm not like, yeah.
I have an idea for the eyes. I reckon just go solid blue ball for the eye, but then you know how you do the little white bits? I reckon just do like the little white bits going around it, like a single strand of yarn. Yeah, like that. I think that would look really, like, because like on some of them, yeah, like the pixel takes up almost the entire eye.
Yeah, it's just like, have you seen these eyes? He's got larger eyes than I have. I only have 9mm ones here, and I'm tempted to go through my drawer at the back, but I don't think I have anything mid-sized.
I do like the 9mm eyes.
I feel like they're too small on him.
Well, just me, like, I kind of like them when they have slightly different proportions, and like he's just a chunky boy.
Yeah, he's been eaten.
Yeah. Also, I got a theory. You know those little plants, right?
Is it a demon?
And like they're there, and it's like all waving seaweed, and it's all like pretty and everything. And then you touch them, and they go.
Yeah, an enemies.
Turns out I'm a filter feeder as well. There goes that bug.
Thank you, honey.
And then when they relax, like they come back out and then they just wave away. You're like
just
scooping up all the stuff, you know? That's how I picture he is. So he has his nose above the water level with his eyes up. And like...
Yeah, he's an ambush predator for sure.
The whole swirl piece, like it just unfurls as like all this like black stuff.
Thanks, I hate it.
And it's just swirling through the water and then the moment you surprise him it goes back into his face.
Now the spiral is canonically a tapeworm, right? We've all agreed on that already.
No, it is not a tapeworm. Tapeworms tend to be internal.
It's a tapeworm that has its head sticking out so it can like latch onto things and eat them.
No. No, that's wrong. That is incorrect. That is not at all how this works.
That's what, I mentioned it before. You must have missed it.
I'm just going to mute the stream for a little bit.
So you all had your fun back when we were talking about Mr. Mime, but no. CK bites back. Hi, what did you miss? Oh my goodness, LZ, you chose a moment to join the stream. Bigger eyes is always better? Yeah. Yeah, I agree. I feel like the 20mm I have are too big, and I don't know if I've got any plain black at any other size. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. One more increase. So instead we are just making the bobble, which is a good size for him. And yeah. Then I'll work out if I want to go rummaging around for different sized eyes. I have some 20mm here, but they seem huge. Alright, we're going to try it though. We're going to try it. Glanced away for a moment and out of the corner of your eye the mosquito drawing looked a bit like a donut. Yeah, I can see that. Alright. He sees colours you can't even imagine. I'm leaning this way. You might need to register your objections if you don't like it, but like we'll give him a little bit of a white to the eye, like around the outside. But I actually think that's closer to what it should be than the 9mm eyes. I brought rain. You're very welcome, Tornado Kate. Yeah, I see it. Yeah, thanks. Thank you, everybody. I agree. I think the 20mm eyes look great. So all I need is one person saying, yes, you're right. And I'm like, cool, I'm going to run with that. Pretend you're all saying that it's right because it looks right to me. Here comes Mr. Bones with an opinion.
Around the outside. On the outside.
Around the outside. Oh, he tried to roll away.
Yes, bigger is better.
Bigger is better.
Yes, yeah, good.
Yes. I just have to make them thick enough. 6, didn't put a stitch marker in, living dangerously. 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, I hate it when you do that. He sticks his head, that's worse. He sticks his head around the frame so it's just a levitating head coming in at a side angle and it scares me every time.
It makes it worse that it's like a skull on a hand. You haven't snapped the backs on.
How? How does he keep getting me with that? You need rain? I hope it arrives soon. Aren't the eyes on Poliwrath bigger still? I don't know. I thought that maybe the pupils were smaller and I could use 9mm for him. So I like the name Poliwhirl. I think it's a cute name, but I feel like it's a play on Poliwag just being Poliwag, which means we don't name Poliwag, because then we have Poliwag, Poliwhiggle, and Poliwhack, right? But then that just means Poliwag doesn't get a name, and that kind of makes me a little bit sad. I promise I'm seeing the name as Poliwhirl. Typos happen to us all. I'm gonna snap the backs on. Last chance. I thought he was gonna come running in here and do the thing. The backs! And the fronts, they're both here. These ones probably didn't need to go on backwards, but they did anyway. Did you get a good clip sound? I wasn't paying enough attention. We'll try again with the second eye if you missed it. I think I missed it. I'm not going to stuff these eyes because I want them to squish into the body and give us some nice form. So I don't want them too rigid. So just a bunch of rows of 12 single crochet, and then we're going to decrease at the back where we hide all of our secrets. Oh, that is sticking up in an unpleasant way. I've done 4 decreases already, but I think I'm going to do a thing. That's better. And that, by the way, is why I don't consider safety eyes safe for children under the age of 3. I think there's a governing body in Europe or something that agrees with me. It's like I just popped that back off like nothing. Like nothing. And I don't have the behemoth strength of a toddler in a tantrum. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, night Hopi! Or whoever Hopi was saying night to. Night, Makona Barb. Thank you for hanging out. 1 AM is a perfectly reasonable bedtime. Sprog for Polytoad, Sprig for Poliwag, Splat for Poliwhirl, and Spite for Poliwrath. I still like... I've kind of become a little bit attached to Poliwag, Poliwhiggle, and then Poliwhack. And then the toad has to just be Polypipe. Sorry, I amuse myself. There we go. So that is an eyeball. I appear to only have the hardly working tortoise here today, so he is subbing in for his brother. I think the other one is in a box somewhere helping me with a different project. There is a joy to having 2 different tortoises that can work independently of one another. I do need to buy more needles for this one here though. Okay. Okay, so you can see the pieces are very different from each other at this point, but when I sew them on, it'll be fine. Let's whip up a second eyeball. You know how you put the bow tie on the crow? I want to put a bow tie on your ankylosaur and your snake. Yeah, bow ties for everybody. Top hats also look great on everything. I have my little 12 Days of Crochet frog back there. He's got a little purple top hat. Looks great on him. Polywave? So, okay, you can be Poliwave, Poliwhiggle, and Poliwhack, and Polypipe. We're including Polytoad in this lineup now. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then 6 increases. You need to finish some projects to reclaim your pins? Yeah, I know what that's like. Still, it's nice to get the lack of pins monkey off my back. But some more curved needles would be a good idea for me. I mean, they cost like, what, $4, something like that. And the fact that I only have one big curved needle is actually a problem, because if it breaks, it's gonna cause stress on every other part of the machine that is Complicated Knots. It's kind of like why I replaced my hook before the previous one wore out. I didn't have a plan if that hook wore out and I didn't have a replacement for it. So having a couple extra needles lying around is probably a good idea, and I can then fit it into a comfortable time frame for replacing it. A very bossy wiener upstairs. Several more hours. They're usually oh wait, how much longer will I stream? We've only been here like 2 hours. I'm like, at my longest, I do for like 6 to 8 hours. Recently, they've been closer to 4 to 6, just because I try to get other stuff done in the day. It depends on what we do. If it's mentally stressful, it'll be shorter. If it's cruisier, it'll be longer. We have a set start time, but the finish times vary. Though, there is always the VODs. Okay, guys, help an old person out. Is VOD or replay what those things are called? Like, after the live stream is no longer live and we leave the video up, what is the best thing to call them? Because I've been calling, like, I think of them as like replays, but I think VODs might be Twitch language. Help me, because I need to call them the thing so that people can find them if they're looking for them. Poliwagger, Poliwiggle, Poliwhacker. Polywomp. I like Polywomp. I think all wiener dogs are bossy by default. Yeah, that makes sense. There's a lot of attitude packed in those long bodies. You do not understand using a curved needle? Okay. That's fine. You don't have to use them. I just find them that they were an absolute game changer for me when I started using them. I think Tortoise is in the box down there. Yeah, they help you get a finer stitches in smaller spaces. And once you're mentally calibrated to the curve of them, you stab yourself way less than you do with a straight needle, in my opinion. It's 2 rows, a 3rd row. Both VOD and replay is fine. Yeah, VOD is video on demand. Yeah. I've seen other YouTube specific streamers use I don't think you mean vodka. VOD exclusively. So your autocorrect is speaking truth. Polyester? Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Polyester has to. Polyester is funny. And one could be carbonate. We could call them ester, carbonate, and pipe. Well, I'm amused. Oh, we've missed my stitch marker because it's being sneaky. It's a sneaky stitch marker. All these moments will be lost in time, like tears in Bubble Beam. He's things you Pokemon wouldn't believe. Venusaur's on fire off the... Oh, he's seen things your Pokemon wouldn't believe. Venusaur's on fire off the border of Pallet Town. He's seen hyper beams glitter in the dark near the... What? Mr. Bones, are you okay? Night for all young kind. Thanks for stopping by. Polytoad because he's a silly boy? Maybe. He's a goofy frog, but we love him. Here we go. And now we close off the back. And we have a second eyeball. I'm glad I swapped to the larger eyes. This was the correct choice. It's kind of like the inverse of what happened with Mr. Mole, where I was so set on using those 20mm safety eyes, like I knew that it was an unusual choice, but I was kind of like, I was there for it. And then I just thought, oh, you know what, I'll show them what it looks like with smaller eyes for the video so that they can make an informed choice. And oh my goodness, as soon as I put those 9mm eyes in, the whole creature sprang to life in front of me. And I'm just like, I'm so sorry, but that's you. That's who you are, isn't it, buddy? You just are who you are. And that's okay. Polyester, rayon, and chiffon. Polyester and polyethyl. Oh, you guys are my vibe. You are. Oh, dactyl? Yeah, that's a fun one. We can't really do polytoad. Oh, polytoad as polyester. Right, sorry. I get what you mean. I thought you were suggesting polytoad as a name and I was about to drop some pokey knowledge, but I think you understand that already. There we go. Poor Mr. Bones, keeping track of all of this diligently. Polyester, polyethyl, and polya. Because Ethel, Esther, and we could just name them Ethel, Esther, and Anna, and like people would be like, huh? But we would know. We would know. We would know the truth. You're just a froggy boy, so shiny. I will get the eyes pointing the same direction when I sew them on. That's a details thing. It's not a today problem. Okay, they look huge compared to the sprite here, but I've been looking at a 3DS image on my screen in front of me and they're not as terrible missized, but like I can't help but see like this as the curve of his like lower lip, so it's just like all girl names without the poly. It's perfect. Yeah, it's perfect. Name list: Sprog, Sven, Poliwhirl, or one of the many triple names where it's difficult to tell which name is for Poliwhirl. You personally have your money naming him or one of the many. Paul, Walt, Ray, Todd. No, guys, I think I am personally very like tempted to limit this to just like the options are Ethel, Anna, or Esther. Polyester, polyethyl, and Pollyanna. Just, I think it's funny. But no, you guys get to name it. Doesn't matter if I think a name is cool. Well, it does matter a little bit, but doesn't matter a lot. Let's put these eyes away so they don't get lost. And let's do hands. Do little grabbers next. So I've already kind of explained what my approach is going to be here. We're going to start at the tip and we're going to work kind of like a little square piece up. Oh. You think Pollyanna? 16 or 18mm eyes would be nice with some white embroidery on it. Yeah, the plan is I'll give him a little white to his eye on both, like I'll just wrap it around for now to show you. So he will have some side eye action going on. But yeah, slightly smaller eyes probably would have been better, but I still think they would, if I had the option of just the 9mm or the 20mm, these were definitely the answer. Your rainbow bunny has named themselves Crayola. I like that. Okay, one thing you find interesting when crocheting from my patterns, yours always comes out way smaller than mine, despite using the same yarn. Hope your tension must be like perfect, beautiful, tight tension. Because like that, yeah, that literally just comes down to how tightly you're pulling your stitches, I would guess, if you're using the same yarn. Because like, my stitches are not very tight. I have a pretty loose tension, all things considered. Because like this finger here, I get told off sometimes because people are like, you're gonna end up with arthritis. I was like, that's not how that works. But I don't grip this yarn super tight to add a lot of stiff tension. It's literally just there as a guide. It's just sitting there curled over. So same as my hook. I don't hold my hook very tightly. So the tension kind of just is what it is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Whereas like if I pulled it tighter, I'd probably end up with tighter tension. I mean, that's how that works. The other thing is that you might be using yarn that's labeled the same size. I don't know if you're using specifically the 4 Seasons, but other 8-ply yarn might literally just be slightly different in weight, which would mean it ends up working up smaller. Tiny differences make big differences over 1,000 stitches. Okay. Here comes the glove. And I will be reusing these again for any other Pokemon who are wearing boxing gloves, of which there are a surprising amount. I can think of 2 others off the top of my head. Oh, wait. Yeah, no, 2 others off the top of my head. There's probably more than that. You like to yarn under, yarn over? Yeah, I've heard a lot of like rhetoric around this. I think I yarn under, yarn under. But it's honestly not something I think about a lot. So it just it's what I try to do. When I'm working flat pieces and chaining one and turning at the end of each row, I tend to be worse about it and forget to do it. And then in case I yarn over, yarn over. It does make your stitches different sizes though. You're right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. What are you doing with the chicken? 7. Him? He's 22 centimeters from nose to the tip of his tail, or 15 centimeters tall. I measured him recently for the pattern. Sorry.
Dropped something and I don't know what.
I thought it was his glasses, but they're still on him. I'm so sorry. I feel like I might have ruined your fun.
My headphone. All is well. Return to the stream. Focus your attention on them. I'm not here.
He's such a goofus. Yarn under, 4mm, loops and threads, soft skeins. Oh, bye Henriette! Bear in mind, we are exceptionally tall people on a measuring tape. Truly giants. Towering amongst the villagers. This creature looks like he's ready to knock someone out. Yeah. Boom boom pow. Yeah, he's just like, he went from cute little tadpole to I'ma punch someone. I got hands and they are for punching. Yeah, that's 2 rounds of single crochet. Oh, I could cheat the roll over here and do like a bobble there, and front post, front post, front post would give the illusion of shaping without actually having to make it physically roll over. Or do we want them to physically roll over? I think we might want them to physically roll over. I think it's nice. I think like cheating the shape is fine a lot of the time, but when we have the opportunity to do something long form but correct, we should take the opportunity to do it long form but correct. You ordered business cards today? That's exciting. I still have a box of Complicated Knots business cards from before I was a channel. They went out in like the 3 orders I had.
Just bear in mind, he's got huge mitts.
Huge.
They're about half the size of the circle on his tum-tum. And so when you look at it...
Oh, they're a quarter.
They're huge. No.
They're absolutely, they fit neatly into the quarter of...
Oh no, as in like half the diameter.
Oh yeah, half. Yeah, well, so we're expressing the same thing.
Huge.
With a long, ugly snout.
Hideously ugly.
And sharp, cruel fangs. What are we doing? Sour Sprout, I appreciate your enthusiasm, but I've lost track of what you're cheering for. I think one more row around. Yep. Same. Oh, good, good. We're on the same page then. Oh, y'all are funny. 2, 3, 4. That's 4 rows of 10, and now I think we're going to do our puff because I think that's enough of a fold over for that part of the fist. And so we just need the thumb. So we'll go 1, 2, and I will die on the hill that for the sake of how I use them, puffs, bobbles, cluster stitches, use whatever you like. In this case, I appear to have started a treble cluster. I don't know how big the treble cluster is yet, but we'll find out together. I like clusters because I can guarantee that the loops in them are all the same size, whereas like with puff stitches, I feel like my tension just is never quite up to the job. Okay, I think that's 3, so we'll try a 4 treble cluster. There we go. So it was 2 single crochet and then a 4 treble cluster. And he's given us all a thumbs up. Beep, 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 beep. But yeah, any kind of bobble or popcorn stitch would probably work just as fine there. They were cheering to roll it over. I'm currently making a moss green owlbear, and I don't know what scrap colours to use. Well, green. Any kind of earthy browns. It's about working out whatever your main color is, work out if it's a warm tone or a cool tone, and then make sure that you're matching all of your colors based on the temperature of them. Like, I would say this is a cool blue, and this is a cool white, and black is just, black can go either way. Whereas like, where's an example of a warm, this is a warm color. This is a warm green. It's got more yellow in it than blue. So it's warm, and it would look odd if I tried to pair those two together, but this is a cooler green. They would look slightly more correct, depending on what it was I'm actually trying to make. There are obviously exceptions to this rule, but I would try and match like warm browns and warm greens together for what you're describing. You learn the difference between all the bumpy stitches? Nah, seriously, they're all interchangeable. There's cluster stitches, popcorn, puff, bobble. I think that's all of the ones that I know. Oh, there we are. Do the same stitch every time for all of them? Yeah, exactly. It's just like, I understand that it's my responsibility as someone trying to tell people what to do to know the difference between them, but I have to look it up every time before I use the language. And even then, I tell people just to use whatever they're comfortable with, because I can guarantee that most people who are doing this have a preference. They have the one that they like more than the others. It's like, I'm not partial to a puff stitch, but that's fine. It has never held me back in life. All right, so then he's folded over and he got a little punchy fist. Now the thumb is maybe a little big for this particular fist, but I think we're gonna still make it work. All right, so then we will do crochet, decrease together. Do that twice to get us back down to 6, not 66, oh no. Where are we at? 2.5 hours. Okay, we're doing okay. Gone are the days when I used to be able to get a whole Pokemon done in an hour and a half. But I suppose the Pokemon have gotten more complex. We've gotten rid of all the dumplings at this point. My nose is itchy, I'm sorry. So I'm going to change that row. We're going to decrease, 2 single crochet, a decrease 3, 2 single crochet, and a regular decrease. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Nope. I'm going to cross that one out and make it a single crochet. Bada bing, bada boom. This isn't what I wrote, but it's what I'm doing. Just grab that loop, please, and thank you. And that loop, please, and thank you. There we go. Sorry guys, stream will be back in just a minute. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think I dropped a stitch, but I don't want to go back. So we're going to just carry on and it's going to be fine. Yeah, it's going to be fine. It's going to be fine. So that's his little hand. So we'll do 6 front post single crochet to act like the cuff of his glove. Hydrate, yes, thank you very much. Hydrate or dihydrate. Subject 62, that helped more than you realise, that the owlbear colours. Oh, excellent. I'm glad I could help. I'm still like piecing together a lot of this colour stuff for myself, but yeah, no, if that helps you, good. Yay. Yay. 2. Okay, front post cuff. And in the final stitch of that, we're going to change to our blue so that he can assemble his armies. It's more of a Poliwhirl type of thing, but there we go. And am I mean enough to make you guys do back post straight away? No, I'm not. We'll do back loop. You know what? I find white stitches harder to identify the stitch loops than... We haven't done his leggies yet. I find white stitches are harder to find the loops on sometimes. Maybe it's because I'm always working under very bright lights. Yeah, there we go. That's his arm. How long are his arms? They're just nubs, really. So then we'll change to blue. And we will do back loop only, 6 stitches around, and then we'll just do maybe 1 row of 6 single crochet. The kitty brigade has arrived to steal your yarn and attack your feet. You know what? That sounds like a wonderful problem to have. Like, not a productive problem, but a very cozy problem. Don't make me glare at you again, sorry. I didn't do it, for the record, we went with back loop instead of back post. I'm not a monster. It's just I'm willing to sacrifice a lot to get the shape right. I think that's enough of an arm, honestly. He's not... Hello! It'll look less weird when we fold the hand over. Let's finish that off. And we'll finish this off. Tuck that away inside. I know there's an inside. I built the inside. There we go. And we fold. We can fold it either way for a right hand or a left hand. They'll be exactly the same. Curl this over. I wish I'd done a double cluster instead of a triple cluster. That thumb is a lot. I'm going to try a double cluster on the next hand. I'm not going to change this hand. I'll just fix it in sewing. But if the pattern has double clusters on it, you'll know why. And you'll see the next hand with a double cluster too. And there we go. That's his little punching lever. Complete with stabbing implement at the moment because there's like a pin sticking out. Alrighty. I'm going to make another hand now, and we're going to try it with a double crochet cluster instead of the treble. I should have tried it at the time, but I wasn't really thinking. I thought I put you away already. You like this chat so much, it's slow and chill, and most people at least get a message read. Yeah, I'll admit that I like chat the size that it is at the moment. We normally hover between it's like 100 to 200, I think slightly over 200 people watching live at any given moment. And that's just seems to be a really good number. I recognize a lot of the names. We get to just have conversations. I don't know how the people who are streaming to thousands of people, particularly when there's a lot of people like chanting things at them, I don't know how it's hard to engage with a group of people just chanting the same thing at them over and over again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So yeah, I like the stream the size that it is. Bets on how long it'll take CK to poke herself with the pin in the Poliwhirl thumb. Look, if you're going to place bets against me, I vote that I won't stab myself with it at all on camera. It'll only be when I assemble it later that I'll injure myself and you guys won't be able to tell. Also, don't underestimate how leathery my hands are from all of the yarn work. Acrylic is not a gentle yarn. Okay, we're going to do 40 single crochet around. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'm not counting to 40 like this. Mr. Bones will tell you. Whose side do you think Mr. Bones is on? 2 minutes. The safety eyes that landed in the tarantula cage last week have been entombed. Got buried in the dirt. I think Mimic thought it was a fly. Oh, like I said, those are the spooder's eyes now. Nothing to be done, nothing to be reclaimed. Right. I'm gonna make this hand and then I'm gonna stop for a little bit of a break. And by little break, I mean we go for like it'll be a 5-minute break this time. So I can go grab a snack because we've been going for nearly 3 hours. That's not bad. And it's good to stand up and stretch and all that stuff. So I'll be going for a little bit of a break, but then we'll be back, never fear. We play some groovy music in the meantime. And yeah, that's the plan. We're gonna make this hand feel. Dude, in the last week, you've suddenly noticed how rough acrylic is on your hands. It's weird. Yeah, it's like, it makes sense, but my hands they're calloused. What's really funny is that I don't have great grip strength because you'd think working with your hands and like maintaining tension and all that stuff would give you like hella grip strength and hand muscle because like I've got big thumb muscle, like beefy, like I work with my hands, but I don't have good grip strength and Mr. Bones has to carry the shopping bags that have handles. I can carry the ones that go over my shoulder, but Mr. Bones has to carry the ones that need grip strength because that's where he's a Viking. Good morning to Spain. You got so focused on watching me, you did 3 extra increase rows. No, subject 62, don't do that. Though I will say that when I was making that mole pattern, at least 3 separate times, I got so like, I wasn't even watching or listening to anything. I was just there in the moment. I was like, my brain wandered and it's like 3 separate times I overdid the number of stitches I was supposed to do and had to frog and go back. I think I included 1 as a blooper, but it was way worse than just 1. What time is it in Australia? It is 20 to 2. 1:41 p.m. So we're after lunch. I think I'm shouting. Am I shouting? Anyway, we're going to try a 4 double crochet cluster here. I think I'm maybe just getting a lot of bounce from the wall behind me or in front of me. Sorry, I'm confused because I'm facing myself, but I'm facing a wall and it's just braining properly with it. So let's try a double crochet cluster. Thumb here, let go, thank you. Oh yeah, that's way better. Pattern just got changed to a double crochet cluster. I'm leaving the other one alone, but this one here is going to be the official version. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep. It's almost 1 in the morning for you. Yeah, I get a bit of that. People who have to like wake up at 4 AM or stay up till 4 AM for the sake of the stream. But it is what it is. We're a global audience. For what it's worth, here in Australia, I never can catch live streams because they're in the middle of the night for me all the time. 8:41 AM in Lebanon. 7:41 AM in Spain. Okay. That's a way better thumb size. So that's the double crochet thumb. It's much better. And now we do the decrease dance. That worked out way nicer when I didn't have a lost stitch in the mix. So I'm gonna just update my row to match the actual row. I think I've slowly unscrewed the stitch there, the pen. Not everything is a stitch. Right, and now front post around for the cuff. Kind of tempted to just sort of power through and make the feet because then we're done and I can leave you guys voting over break, and that's always just a bit more fun for everybody, I think. Yeah, we'll do that. We'll make the feet, or at least 1 foot. Change to our blue. You should know not to just assume what the next row will be on any of my patterns. Yeah, sorry, I don't... Some of them, like, in my defense, a lot of them I feel follow very logical progressions. It's just the way I logic things and the way some people logic things just don't match sometimes. Chat is so quiet without Darcy. Oh, I hope she's enjoying her cruise. Yeah. Her presence and her absence in this case is noted but like, it's good. Holidays are good for you. Good for the soul. Take a break from daily life. Even if it's just a staycation, do something different. Get down in there. Four, 5, and 6. Go. So that's the second arm. Logic is very subjective. Yeah. Yeah. Here's that one raised up, but that would require a longer arm than I have and the eyes to move around. We'll get it in editing, don't you worry about that. Here's 2 happy, wacky, waving, flailing army thingies. yeah, the eyes when they're down and in a little bit more will be a little bit more proportionate with the rest of him. So we are going to do some feats now, some feats of greatness. I'm going to start at the tip of the toe, I think. Or I'll start at the sole of the foot. We'll start at the sole of the foot. Six. We actually want them the same size as the feet, so they're going to start the same way, just in blue, which is a magic ring of 6. There we go. And then 2 repeats of a single crochet and an increase 3 and another single crochet. You take a shirt that says we'll get it in editing. Yeah, well, I mean, we all know that by editing what I mean is that the sewing. But like that's what it is. It's like the pieces that we make are the raw footage, and then when you sew them together, you edit them so that they look the way you want them to look. You found a dusty pink in your stash. That'll be perfect for the mole. Yay! I'll admit that I used a very baby pink on mine, but antique rose was my backup option, which is the dusty pink that I have. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9. It's like a very millennial pink. Now, what did I do? It should be 10. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Better! Now I think the feet need to be bigger. So I'm going to do that again. Okay, but only on one side. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so I'm giving him big feet so that he's stable when he's standing. I'm just gonna get some weights. I've surrounded myself with stuff as I've gotten overexcited and grabbed things. There we go. So the weights. The wait is over. Just my little bag of landscaping beads. I'm hoping to get some like pretty jars or something to have them in so they can be on my desk instead of just in the little plastic sacks they came in. Some safety eyes and some weights, and just they will fit inside the foot like so. And yeah, 3, 10, 11, 12. So we'll do 12 single crochet. In the planning stages of Christmas presents still. Ooh, yes. I don't make Christmas presents, but it's about the time of year where if you start thinking about Christmas now, you'll have a better time of it in December. Okay, but the question is, how early is too early? Never. Honestly, the earlier you get Christmas presents sorted, the earlier you can start just enjoying Christmas. Because like I get an unreasonable amount of joy from twinkly lights, right? There's something about them. It sings a pretty lullaby to all of the stress and anxiety in my soul. So I want that tree up as soon as like often I start like pressuring poor Mr. Bones to get it out of storage in like November. Or I'll have like a really bad day in October and I'll walk out to the main room and he's pulled it out of storage and just left it in the middle of the living room for me. Like, he gets it, he knows. So yeah, I don't think there is a too early. I feel like the sooner you deal with like the stressful parts, the sooner you can get to the fun stuff. Like for me, that's stuff like making gingerbread cookies in bulk. And this year, my sister and I, we do cookie day every year, and we try and make something interesting. So like we've done Christmas trees. You guys might have seen the succulents stream that I did one year. I don't think I've still got it available just because it was a nothing stream. It was my birthday, and I was just decorating some gingerbread succulents. But this year, we're toying with the idea of doing like treasure chests / mimics, which I think will be really fun if they turn out, or however they turn out. I might share some pictures to the Discord. That's not a stream thing, I don't think. But yeah, it's one of those things where like my gingerbread tastes great, but it tends to always look really messy. And it's one of those things where like I'm not great at it, but I just don't see that as a reason to not do it. I have a lot of fun doing it. Not listening to Christmas talk in September. All right, bye, Nix. Love being around crafting folks. They wouldn't walk into a craft store and go, why is Christmas stuff out? Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. And we'll go around again. Perfect. So now we're going to really aggressively close off this side of the opening. So I'm going to hit it with a decrease 3 at the tip, and then probably a decrease on either side of that as well. It's going to reduce it from 12 stitches down to 8, which is going to leave us with an opening 2/3 the size of the one we currently have, which is pretty much exactly what we're looking for. So we'll put a little weight in there to help him stand up. Got to make sure that the weights weigh as much as the rest of him. I think I might have to put 2 weights in each foot. I don't know if they'll fit. Okay, I think 1 flat and then 1 standing up. Because like, yeah, that's the trick to having weights in the feet that actually work to hold your creature, is that they have to be, at minimum, they have to weigh as much as the rest of him. Just how that works. I think I did 2 rows of 12 then. I did. So now we are going to work, so that's my decrease 3, that's my decrease. So 2 single crochet, a decrease 3, and decrease, 2, 3, and 3 single crochet back to start. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, cool. Your dog is already so annoyed with you. She was ready for bed 3 hours ago. There is something so endearing though about like the huffy nature of a small animal telling you it's time for bed. My dog used to go to sleep in one room under one of the beds and then like wander out hours later, like, you know, hair all a muss, squinty eyed, just like, do you know what time it is? And like just make pointed glances at people who were sitting in like the living room. He had you whippersnappers type energy. It was funny because he was just a little like Shih Tzu poodle. Fuzzy little fellow. Okay, there you go. 'Tis foot. 'Tis good. So now he just needs a little bit of leg, which is just 8 single crochet around, maybe 2 rows of it, maybe 1, we'll see. Six, 7, and 8. That's 1 row, and that might actually be enough in this situation. You don't want too much of a leg because we're not putting any kind of support in the leg. We're just putting weights in the feet. Oh, those feet are a bit big on you. No, they are right. They are right. They are fine. It's just they look large. I'm thinking I go round again. One more row of leg. All right, so we need to finalize the name for this fellow. So Mr. Bones in about 20 seconds is going to run back in from the balcony and give us the final name list, I think. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. And we're going to finish that off. I had to wake up at 6 a.m. for your work shift and your dogs were staring at you like, why are you awake? It's early. Turn off the lights, you crazy human. Yeah, exactly. Like the animals know. They're just like, no, no, you are acting counterintuitively to the pack. Stop that. Your little goblin dog used to periodically wake up, give you a dirty look and go back to sleep. Yeah, it's like the judgment is heavy. Ready? There we go. And there we go. Thank you, honey. Mr. Bones just sent the name list through. Let's get a poll started. Alrighty, start a poll. Leonardo, Donatello, Michelangelo, and Raphael, the 4 ninja poles. I think we've already done those. We've already assigned... I'm so sorry, my voice. I think we've already assigned the Ninja Turtle names. Oh no, I'm thinking of the Musketurtles. We've done the Musketurtles. Good morning to Holland. Oh, and good morning to Buckinghamshire. They just want you to go away so it's to your spot. Okay, anyway, names. Right, so the names that we had were, I think Sprog was prominent. I really liked the poly names, so like polyester. I like polyester. I'm gonna use polyester for this one here. And then we can, if polyester gets chosen, we can revisit polyethyl and polyanol for later ones. I also liked Poliwhirl. Like we had Poliwaggle, Poliwhiggle, and Poliwhack. And I liked the name Sven because it's just simple, it's nice, it provides a different option. Yep, polyester. Polyester is one of the names I have chosen. I am not spelling it like the stuffing, I'm spelling it like the ester. Cool, right. I think I've got those names. The vote should be opening in chat now. Oh, polyester off to a very strong lead. Well, you guys fight amongst yourselves as to what the name will be. I'm gonna whip up the other foot. Do I also crochet clothing and blanket? Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry. Do I also crochet clothing and blankets? I've been known to do the odd wearable, but they're not my cup of tea. They're not my strong suit. I like creatures. I don't even do dolls really, I do creatures. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and I tend to stick pretty specifically with amigurumi. Am I going to do the whites around the eyes? Nikki, I will, but I consider that part of the sewing process. So if I was going to assemble him, I'd do that embroidery today, but I probably will do it off stream with the rest of the sewing. Well, there goes the opinionated sausage again. It's nice, making sure everybody does what they're told. Happy time zones, Becky. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Cool. What do you mean what? I don't understand the question. Sausage. Oh, I'm sorry. There's a dachshund, a sausage dog. There's a sausage dog upstairs. There's barking and scribbling going on. I don't know if it's even coming through the microphone. It makes me smile because like I call it an opinionated sausage. It's a long dog. I can see how that would have been confusing out of context though. I'm not calling any of you opinionated sausages, I promise. Where's Caterpickle today? Caterpickle is back there keeping Marigold company. You can kind of, hang on, let me just, here we go. You can see him right there. 1, 2, 3, 4. You're just an opinionated wiener. Yeah, no, it's fine. Thank you for asking the question rather than just thinking I was sitting here casually calling you all sausages. It's your first live. Welcome, Lauren. I'm sorry to hear that you're on crochet break, but hopefully you're all fixed up pretty soon. You can hear them? Awesome. Well, one of them's a sausage dog. One of them's something else that's a little bit bigger. I didn't get a good look. I was too transfixed by the hairy sausage because it's a long-haired dachshund. So a couple of laps here, and then we'll close off that vote. What if you're an opinionated sausage? Well, Becky, you can choose to identify that way if you want to. I feel like it's rude for me to label people without their consent. When was the last time I gave Marigold head pats and chin scratches? She got a gentle nose booping the other day. Her wings need a little maintenance, I'll admit. But the whole room's about to get reshuffled and she'll end up on a different shelf somewhere, so she'll get a lot of attention during that process. Albert also needs a little bit of a groom. His wing feathers are getting a little bit crumply. He's living in a completely different room at the moment. He flew out of here real fast when the flood happened, and he's been living in the living area. You're off to walk the papa? Have a nice walk. When will the next stream be? Subject 62, we stream, in general, it's my time Sunday 11 AM, which is Australian Western Standard Time. So whenever that translates to for you, this tends to be when we stream. And we do it most weeks. Every so often it moves to a Monday because I got other places to be sometimes, but in general it's a Sunday. See? A pair of sausage dogs, the names were Fred and Ethel, that's great.
That is 11 AM at +8 time. We are +8.
Yeah, I don't know the difference between GMT and UTC, but in any case, we're +8. But you can always keep an eye on the Discord, the live stream channel on the Discord. There should be a link to it in the description down below. But I tend to confirm any changes in time there. I've stopped announcing just the fact that we're going to stream at the regular time, but I'm always happy to confirm if anyone asks. But in general, if there's a change in times, that's where I announce it.
Another way is whatever time and day it was 3 hours ago.
Mr. Bones is so helpful.
That actually is really helpful.
That's helpful.
-3.
I think you're wonderful and you're very helpful.
Very smart.
Saturdays at 10 PM for you. Cool. 2 hours after your other streamer stopped streaming. Who else are you watching? How long has the stream been going? Will there be another vote? Yeah, Becky, we're actually about to do another vote. We're just over 3 hours in. I was going to do another vote before I started the feat, but then I got carried away and now we're finishing the feat. But the break is now going to be a 10-minute break while I eat some lunch. Because because it's 2 o'clock and I'm hungry. But yeah, I'm gonna start a vote as soon as I finish this leg, and you guys can pick. So yeah, we'll vote for another Pokemon. We will, and depending on who gets chosen, we'll do that one there. And then I'd like to just wind down at the end of stream, depending on how long that Pokemon takes, with some of my homework, if that's okay with everybody. I just have a lot of concept sketching for Halloween I have to get done. I could really use some of your input on some of it. Yes, Housesprout eat. Yeah, that's the plan. So the break video will play twice, just letting you know now, but I have updated it. It's got the new Pokédex in there, so you'll be able to see all of the recent makes added into the mix. Now some of these pieces on Poliwhirl here will be moved around as I sew them on, just to get them working a little bit better together. He stands. But there is our little friend Poliwhirl, whose name is officially Polyester, with 49% of the votes, but I'll close this poll off to make sure it doesn't jump. Well, bye Nikki! Alright, Polyester at 49%, then Sprog at 21%, Poliwhirl at 20%, and Sven at 8%. So there we go. There is our Poliwhirl. Let's flick back over to the other screen. The microphone is on. Hooray for me. So the options will be, thank you all for the reactions, I appreciate it. We're gonna vote between 2, 3, 4, and 5, and Boring Color Brigade, your time is now. There is no wrong answer here, so just be careful not to split your vote. Let's open up a poll again. Start a poll, and your options are 2, 3, 4, and 5. Now, as a reminder, the theme for today is these Pokemon have no mouths. So this is the no mouth Pokemon poll. The colors of the squares are a color from that Pokemon. I sampled it directly from the sprite. So I'm going to start this poll, and I'm going to flick to a break. So I'll see you guys soon. I'm back. I am. Just hang on. Okay. It's not starting again, I promise. Sorry, just come flying back in here. Whew. Okay, who are we voting for? Alrighty. Okay. Hope you weren't too annoying with your love of Cubone a few weeks ago, but oh yeah, no, it's alright. I knew Cubone, like this whole theme was a Cubone bait for people, and so I just wanted to clear it up, like avoid disappointment. I haven't made Cubone yet. Autistic frog, that's quite evocative, it's fun. Diglett we've already made. Doug Trio we've already made. We've made 70 so far, so we've made a lot of them. But let's close this poll off. Let's see who got picked. Now, I have to ask, because this is how I would have picked. Did you guys pick number 4 because we've already erased the corner of it? And it's driving some of you a little nuts, because I get that, I feel that. It looks like number 4 won with 47% of the vote, then number 3 at 28%, number 5 at 14%, and number 2 at just 9%. I did eat sour sprout. I did. Excuse me. I ate, I hydrated, we're good. I stretched, I danced around. So let's reveal what is behind door number 4. I don't know if you guys are going to be very happy. Yep. Who could that little pellet be? Oh, I'm gonna sneeze now. Where is he? Because it's the most colourful? Yeah, I'm telling you guys, you're allergic to what the quote-unquote boring colours, which means we're missing out on a lot of really fun Pokemon. And instead, we're making Kakuna. There he is. The little bean. I'm very sloppy with this. My mouse doesn't work properly, okay? Can I have a little bit of credit? The mouse that I'm using just does not draw smooth lines, and I'm just doing my best to not reveal what's behind any of the other doors. Finally made it to alive? Welcome, Amber. Who's that Pokemon? I think 4 is the biggest starfish. You don't know its name? It's Kakuna, that's right. Believe it or not, it was guessed and agreed that was probably it. Yeah, I think I saw a little bit of that happening, Brittany, further up in the chat, where people were talking about what it could be. I saw Abra bandied about as well.
That was a lot of cheese. Break, good.
Mr. Bones has also fed. You could put each square on a different layer. I could, but nah. I'm happy being sloppy. I'm sorry if it bothers you. At some point I'm going to fix the mouse and then it won't be an issue at all. First Megapod, now the big Kakuna. Knifey, I'm flipping what you're frying, but it's not happening today. So, I thought this was a good yellow for it, but now I'm looking and I don't think it is. I'm going to change the camera angle in a second. Sorry guys, I have not forgotten you. Yeah. Sorry, rummaging. Hey, there's the other tortoise. Let me just change camera angles for you guys so you can see what's going on. Hi. So I have this yellow, but I don't think it's a good yellow. It's more accurate on the face cam for now, but let me change the Crochetdex counter. And let's change the sprite. So, I think pale yellow might be better for him than the sunshine yellow I grabbed. But I don't know where my yellow is. Hold on. Hold, please. I'm going rummaging like a bear. Ah, I found it. Oh, and I found my white. Ha-ha! I found my white. But this yellow is definitely better, right? Oh, I've turned my camera off. Here we go. And we're back. Yeah, so this is definitely the better yellow. You'll check if it's under your bed. That's a good idea. Alrighty, so yeah, I rolled over. But let's do a little sketch of Kakuna. Kakuna is one of those shapes where we could complicate it or we could simplify it. Kakuna, Ratata, Kakuna, Ricotta. I like it. I'm Matata. Brunost, the big Kakuna. Kahuna is the big cheese. Pale. Kahuna. Matata. I like Matata. But we should also, like, Hakuna Matata actually means something. It is actually language. I don't want to make an idiot of myself by suggesting which language it is. But we should probably look up Matata and make sure it doesn't just mean worried. But yeah, let's draw this guy. So dome head is easy. That bit I'm not worried about. But then he has kind of like ridge. He's a candidate for mega potting. Not on purpose, but just because I'm going to get overcomplicated here. And then we have another corner to turn. And then he's got like layers to his shell. His little businessman tie, because he's a business bug, we can just sew that on, that's fine. Yeah, he's totally wearing a little collar and tie. Look at him. We should call them worried. I don't think we'll safety eye him. I think he'll just get little black triangles. He's a businessman doing business things. I might just rough out the rest of the shape before I keep adding details. Yeah. But he's a businessman who works from home, and you can tell because he's not wearing any pants. The first Kakuna photos in Discord, you found Kakuna in a suit and posted it. Oh, cool. Let me have a look. The internet's taking its time today. To be fair, I am streaming across it though, so it's probably working pretty hard. I'm scrolling down. Oh, there he is! He's a little business Kakuna.
Mafundo Matata means complicated knots.
Matata? It has...
Mafundo Matata. 2 words. Mafundo Matata means complicated knots.
Okay.
Because Matata means complicated.
Oh!
Somewhat. It means like difficult, complicated, that sort of thing, you know? Hard, complicated, difficult. Mafundo.
Oh.
It's like, screw this, it's Mafundo. That's how I'm sort of getting the definition. But like if you start translating it backwards and forwards, it turns into something else and I can't remember what. Yeah, Mafundo Matata, complicated knots. Also, the suit and tie one.
Yeah?
Strongly recommend, because it's accurate to all of the topology of the bits. And like, changing it to an analogy of that, perfect. It makes it so easy. All you gotta do is a little suit and tie. Perfect.
Yeah, no, that's literally how I've been thinking about it.
Ooh.
Yeah. So yeah, he's going to be mainly all one piece. And we are going to do a little bit of shaping. We are. I'm not going to just do him as a nugget. I'm really pleased with that drawing. I thought it was going to be harder than that. I think I got all the lines. Corporate work from home, yeah. You like Mr. Business, similar to Mr. Bones. Another live stream already? Well, hot diggity daffodil. Hi Ace. We're making Kakuna. So I think we're going to start with like just a dome, a round circle for the top of the head. And then I'm just like planning my details out here. So this bit here is normal and fine, right? Normal. Then I think what we'll do here, this is decreasing, but we have this line here that I think we want to emphasize just a little bit. And I don't know, just I'm thinking about the various options we have here. I could leave loops visible, but I think that can look really messy. I could front post it if we wanted to.
Check the back photo.
Oh. Smooth.
Yeah, but also like the back photo gives you that topology nicely.
Oh, yeah. Thank you, honey. Yeah, so then we have like this ridge around the middle, which I will probably use post stitching for. Probably back post stitching, which does leave ridges visible, but does give us really nice corners. So we'll call that back post. Then we're decreasing down. And here is, this is actually going to be front post because we're trying to go outwards from it instead of inwards to it. So it's going to be front post there. And then we're increasing out. We've got this fun little ridge, and this will be, this is back post. And then pretty much straight away into front post. There might be some single crochet in between to help us like build like the whip. And then just shaping. And we've got, again, back post and then front post. Shaping. And this end of the shaping isn't on the back at all. So the rest of this is just increases and decreases, or decreases specifically. Increasing. And then we'll make the little like necktie piece separately. So that's just a little diamond triangle and then a longer bow tie piece. Now I am open to the idea of stitching on lines for part of it, but if I do that, I'll probably do it in a yellow or a brown, not a black, and it won't be all of the edges. It'll literally probably be the one around the face and some of these ones on the lower body, just to add that kind of emphasis. In Samoan, matata means business. Here comes the new duo that's taking the world by storm. It's bones and business. That's quite a sharp decrease. I think to make it look right, you need to do invisible decrease of like a third of the stitches. I do like the front post idea though too. Yeah, we'll try a few things. I have a notion. I have a few notions. And we'll just see what works for us. But I'm going to just reset my desk here a little bit because I've gotten a bit messy. And Clefairy has joined us at the table. She's holding Mr. Mole's hand because, I don't know, I found her on the floor. Poor little thing. I don't know how she wandered off by herself. I'm going to sneeze so much. Whew. Keeping it together. The comedic timing on that voice break was fantastic. Kakuna. All right, so the dome of the head is going to designate the width. So we're going to work, I'm thinking up to 18, and then we'll start just in lots of 6. So 6 single crochet, then 6 increases, and then 6 repeats of a single crochet and an increase, which will bring us to 18. Then I think we'll do 2 rows of increasing by 3, which will take us up to 24, which is kind of a nice width, I think, for the head. It's on the small side, but I don't think he needs to be super big. Shaping is not your strong suit, hence why you struggle to actually produce a pattern design of your own. Oh, well, it's all just practice. And this is kind of these streams can be good for that because you guys pitch ideas and I can talk about them. And then maybe you'll see some of them implemented because Stream has saved my butt before. I can't remember which one it was, but one of the early ones. Stream was my partner in crime on getting the shaping right on that one there. It was something about picots, I remember specifically. It fell when Mr. Bones grabbed Doppelganger. Okay, that makes sense. Well, She's safe with Edna now. It was just the first thing that came up when you typed it into Google Translate. Yeah, I'm wondering if that's intentional. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Mr. Bones has re-entered the room. Honey, that's not on camera. It's a good try, though. A little further across. There we go. 3, 4, 5, 6. Please like the stream. Because I always forget to ask you to. And it helps. You're so confused as what's happening. We are making Kakuna. But it's the second Pokemon of the day, and we tend to be a little bit looser by the time we get to this point. And we're just talking about shaping, and Mr. Bones is doing his best to remind people to like the stream. And that's the solution he's come up with. Am I going to live stream the whole design process for the rest of the decks? Well, I mean, we're up. This is our 71st. My intention is to do them all on stream, with the possible exception of Gyarados. As soon as I know what I want to do there, you guys will know what I want to do there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Because I want a big one, but I can't do a big one on stream. It's a little extreme. You should call the little dude senpai. Kakuna, am I going to crochet each section and sew instead of in one piece? Now we're going to do one piece. It's just the little, he has like that little necktie piece. That bit will probably be sewn on. Because that's how I know how to get those really nice edges for that particular piece. But the rest of the shaping will be all in one. And we're not just doing a lump either, we are actually trying to get some ridges and stuff in there. If you guys saw the Matang that we made a long time ago now, similar process. It's just like getting those hard ridges in crochet. Just takes a little bit of planning, a little bit of shaping. I mean, for the big fellows, you could get a couple of streams out of it, milk that content. Yeah, but then I think half the fun of these streams is like also like the voting on names, the picking the Pokemon to make, and I try to keep them like turning over. Like whenever we have a Pokemon that takes the whole stream, like Scyther or Nidoking does, people kind of lose interest and it becomes less fun for everyone. So 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Excellent. Okay, so that's the top of our little dome. We're not at width yet, but that is the dome. I'm specifically trying to keep this reasonable sized. Let's see how we do. Alrighty, so this next row is 3 repeats of 5 single crochet and an increase. 2, 3, 4, 5. Because that's just going to give us like a gentler slope to the dome. Thank you. Alright guys, I'm blowing my nose and I refuse to do that on camera or microphone. Mr. Bones is helping, but I'm just going to turn the camera off. There we go. All right, I'm back. If he gets too big, he won't be the Mega Kakuna or Mega Kuna. He'll be the Big Kahuna. He'll be Megapod and the Big Kahuna. I'm just moving this into place because I really just want to do a thing here. That's better. You've got a briefcase. He's a business gooner. I want to give him a wristwatch, but he doesn't have a wrist. What size crochet hook do I use? I am using it's 3.5 millimeters. You can't see this, I don't know why I'm pointing. But it's also known as a size E or a size 4. And that is the size that I have been using pretty much since the start of the channel. There is an odd exception here and there, but they make sense in context. Stuff like if I'm using different yarn, I'll talk about the fact I'm using different hooks. Whenever you mention giant Gyarados, I think of a giant onyx that you can velcro together and pull apart. I love that. It's almost a party game. You throw the boulders onto the Gyarados from a distance and you just build him from across the room. Yeah, there we go. Sorry, it was being difficult. You're off for a nice Sunday morning walk? Lovely! I'll hope to see you back here in an hour. Nice and refreshed from a little walk in the fresh air and sunshine. Now, anyone paying close attention, you'll notice that I've lost count, but you'll also notice that I don't care. I'm going to chuck my final increase in the final stitch and call it good. At worst, it's off by 1 stitch. It's not going to make any difference. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 18, 19, 20, 21. Cool. And the row count is correct, and that's all that really matters. Yeah, we're making Kakuna. The little business chrysalis. Businessalus? Snuffleupagus.
As much as I want to see a Kathunka, you are actually doing the thing where you increase a lot and like it's getting big.
No, he's not. He's fine.
Okay.
I promise he's fine.
Okay.
He's under control.
I already did the thing to help you, and now you can just make him huge, and it's not my fault.
I'm not making him huge. He's coming out exactly the right size.
No, it's fine.
Mr. Bones is worried. He's watching his evening disappear into a puff of kahuna. This is Poliwhirl. Poliwrath will have bigger shoulders. But otherwise be pretty much exactly the same. Pokemon sometimes throws me a nice easy low ball on things like that. It's like when we've done Nidoking here. Nidoqueen is going to have a lot of elements similar. It's just the decorative elements that are different. There we are. 4, 5, 6. You should have been an increase. Sneaky. Remember me knocking Diglett out in about 40 minutes? Yeah. Well, there wasn't much to Diglett. And Kakuna is going to be bigger than Diglett. He will. But he's not going to be huge. This is going to be the widest point that we get to with Kakuna. It's just I want to give myself enough room to build the shape without going overboard. And I think this is a nice, happy medium. He's only 24 stitches around. That's as big as Kakuna's head is going to be, which means the overall bug will be about this. We could have gone smaller, but it didn't, and that's fine. Oh, now we work some 24 single crochet around. Do I want to do color changes for those eyes? They're meant to be pointy. We could just get the details in later. Four, 5, 6. May, you suggested I film a Pokemon roundup so we can just see them all together. Yep. I keep meaning to do a short of them because there's 70 of them. So even 1 second on screen each is over a minute. I do have the Pokédex scroll during the break, which does show them all off there. And the intro video at the start of the stream does have all of them as well. I updated that to include Nidoking last night. So, and the other dozen or so missing from it. So if you did want to see them all, the start of the stream has a photo of each of them full-sized on screen. Maybe I'll play the intro video on the way out as well, so you guys can get a better look, rather than just the pink screen that I put up. Okay. It's looking like a good-sized dome. Dome. Tonight is a night for an oversized cute Pokemon. No, he's gonna be the right size. Why don't I ever post shorts? Because I have opinions about shorts. Okay, look, I am just as inclined as everybody else to watch shorts and fall down that particular rabbit hole. However, what shorts can do for a channel is sometimes good and sometimes bad. Shorts have a tendency to attract an audience that are interested in just the shorts content. And shorts content, it's hard to make a living off shorts content, if that makes sense. This is my full-time job and I do have to keep an eye on that sort of side of things. So shorts can get a lot of eyeballs on your content, but they can also get a lot of people who are not interested in watching your long-form content subscribe to your channel, then being served your long-form content and saying that, and then just not watching because they're not interested. No one should ever watch anything they're not interested in. But the way a lot of YouTube works is it tests your videos within your subscriber base to a certain extent before throwing it out to before throwing a broader net. So if only 1,000 people watch a video, if you have 10,000 subs, that's great. That's a good percentage. If you have 100,000 subs and only 1,000 people watch it, it tells YouTube that people aren't really interested in that video and it doesn't boost it as much as it otherwise would. You don't get the reach. So if you have a lot of subscribers that are only interested in your shorts and they don't watch your long form content, which is how you make your living, it can be a bad thing. If that makes sense. If I ever, yeah, I've done an occasional short here and there and I still am going to continue to, but overall, they're not, I don't consider them to be a good direction for my channel at this point in time. What's about 3 weeks? Eve would like to know how long it took CK to make Marigold. Okay, that 3 weeks is an answer, but you'll have to keep in mind that I was also working a full-time job at the time. I got the question, thank you, love. I was working a full-time job at the time, so she was evenings only, if that makes sense. And I was still putting out, for the most part, my regular content. I might have skipped a week, but so it was 3 weeks kind of on and off in the evenings for Marigold. Because Marigold started as a not for YouTube project. She started off as something I was just doing for fun. And then y'all caught wind of her and was so enthusiastic about it, I had to share it. And yeah. She became a video after that point, kind of, yeah. Okay, we're doing our back posting to make our corner. I reckon it would take me, honestly, Marigold isn't even as advanced as some of the stuff that I've been doing recently. I reckon I could do a Marigold in a day and a half if I was really, really wanting to get her done and punish myself. The time-consuming part of Marigold is making 1 million scales and sewing them on. that would be if my end goal would be to make her fast. She's the sort of project where I feel like the joy is in like slowly chipping away and doing scales when you have time. And there's been a few projects like that recently where the canvases that I'm working on, the idea is that like you can work on pieces when it fits your life instead of having to sit down and focus really hard and get it done. Is Gyarados a Thursday special instead of a live stream? Maybe, potentially. Gyarados is one of my favorites, and if I make him, I want to make sure that I make him right. That doesn't necessarily mean huge, but it does mean I want to take the time. And with these streams, if something doesn't come out optimally, I tend to just be like close enough and carry on. Whereas like with Gyarados, I want to be very sure that I'm not doing that and that instead I'm getting things exactly how I want them. I want to make them as many times as I want to. I want to make sure that I'm focused properly while I'm doing it. You know what I mean? He's very near and dear to me. He's my favorite all time. He's my boy. And I want to just make sure that I make him really good. But then I also have to make a small one for the Pokédex reasons. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. Okay, I think I did an extra stitch. I did. Or did I? No, I didn't. Let's do that stitch again. All right. So now I've established my ridge. This is the ridge in the middle of the face. We're now going to be extremely aggressive with our decrease strategy. We're going to use single crochet 3 togethers, which use 3 stitches a time, and we're going to do 6 of them around, which is 18 stitches in total, leaving us only 6 stitches left. So we're going to be doing 6 repeats of a single crochet and a single crochet 3 together. Sorry. Sorry, just catching up on chat, but y'all are amusing yourselves, and so that's good. Oh, I could draw a pocket watch that pins to him instead. I like that. That makes a lot more sense. I don't want to turn the page because I'm actually using this notebook to write down the instructions. So maybe he has to have both. Let's see. He connects here and okay, I don't really want to squiggle it all the way out here. This is not working. Let's just say he's going really fast, okay? You're testing my drawing skills a little bit. Oh yeah, he has a little pocket watch flying out of his pocket. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. Cool. There's my first stitch. So we single crochet and we single crochet 3 together. We single crochet and we single crochet 3 together. And we single crochet and we single crochet 3 together. It's a single crochet 3 together song. You know what? I didn't know I was musical until I started YouTube. And then I realized how many times I sing the instructions to myself. Happy time zone, Coletti spaghetti. Sorry about that, CK, you got a little carried away. No apologies needed. It's one of those things where like I'll glance over if I see a lot of conversation happening because often it's because I've missed something. But like, it's great. I like the idea that I'm merely hosting a room and you guys are just vibing, chatting away. I think a lot of you hang out here regularly together. It makes sense that you're making friendships. There we go. So that's, I wish I'd done one fewer row earlier up, because I think this bit is too wide. I feel like I need to take it back and redo the last 3 rows to narrow it off a little bit more. It's going to bother me if I don't, so forgive me for this, folks, but we're about to do some heavy duty frogging. Okay, that's the last of the front post stitches, and now I want to go back 1 row. Yep. There we go. And now we just basically build that structure again, but 1 row narrower. I hear the printer! It's always fun. No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The frogging is part of the process. It's just sometimes it doesn't feel great to do it, but it's fine. What have you missed? Melissa, we have made Poliwhirl. We named Poliwhirl Polyester, or Esther for short. And now we are making Kakuna, and I believe the names currently being discussed are either Mr. Business or Matata. It's Kakuna, Matata, Kakuna, Matata. Yeah, I'm really excited for whatever Mr. Bones is working on right now, because I heard him print something and I'm wondering if it's a little briefcase. Guys, he came and got the wire cutters. Okay, new concept for a stream. I'm just sitting here vibing in a rocking chair with a hot beverage, narrating him crafting things for your pleasure. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 21, 22, 23, 24. Cool, I've done the 24. And now we're doing the thing before with the little song, the little dance. So single crochet, and we single crochet 3 together. I'm gonna use a stitch marker because I'm not a crazy person. Well, I kind of am a crazy person, but we're gonna use a stitch marker anyway. They're not exclusively a sane person tool, okay? If I don't like it this time, we're just gonna deal with it. It's so funny. Some of the most complex looking Pokemon, it's really easy to break them down into basic shapes and then just make them out of basic shapes, whereas some of the simple ones, I get really stuck on them. It's like what happened with Megapod. I got so like mentally caught up in all of the like tiny nuances to his otherwise really basic shape that I feel like with the really simple ones you have to put a lot of care into them, because otherwise you can't, it's not as easy to make them look cool. Like whereas like with the big complicated ones, you stick enough basic shapes together and they look cool. That is a much better little Kakuna dome though. It's much better. Oh my goodness, no comparison whatsoever. So we are down to, I think it's a mere 12 stitches in our round. And I'm going to work 12 single crochet to give myself some room to move. And then we're going to do 12 front post single crochet around. So the front post single crochet will eat the height created by these single crochet. It just will help us give a little bit of a definition, it will help give us a little bit of definition between the parts. That's 11 and that's 12. And now we front post. I hear mischief.
It will help to give us diff. It will help to give us diff. Diff.
Kakuna definition. Make that boy look crunchy. Did I finish the purple dragon I made? Hang on, where'd it go? Made to show how to make the body of Marigold. It's in a bag. If you watch the unboxing video, that's I'm assuming where this question has come from. She's still in that bag. It's one of those ones where we'll do it as a project one day, and we'll either make a Franken dragon, and I'll use the other bits available to me to embellish her, or we'll do a thing and we'll make lavender. It's just I don't really need another marigold. So it'd be a case of like I would try to use those pieces to make that body shape a different pose at minimum. All right, we've got to start stuffing a little bit. Benjamin. For anyone who missed it, Benjamin's the name of our stuffing bin. You're working on a pumpkin. That's lovely. I need y'all's opinion on something. You're doing a fall festival on Saturday. I have a pattern called Eye Candy where it's a simple coloured eyeball in a wrapped sweet. Do I think I should make some? I think that's a cute idea, but it depends on the market. If it's for like a Halloween crowd or like kids who'll think it's funny, yeah, or adults who think it's funny, I guess. But if it's, I'm wondering if we decrease too aggressively. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. We're carrying on. If it's for like some more like rigid people, maybe not. People with bad eyesight, I think it would be hilarious. It's just, I think it's, the idea is funny that they think they're buying a crochet sweet and they don't realise it's an eyeball. There is some humour to be found there, nothing mean. 12, 3. Why am I doing 3 repeats of something? I want to do 6 repeats. Single crochet and an increase. I am fascinated by whatever Mr. Bones is working on right now. But I bet he's looking for sticky tape, which he won't find out there. Because it's in here with me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Was I right?
Do you have any other wire cutters like this?
Oh, no.
Anyway?
No, those are, you need the pliers from that tool set.
Because these are unfathomably terrible.
Oh yeah, no, they're not good.
No, they're shocking.
Yeah, but there is a wire cutter, or on the multi-tool that's in the tool drawer. Yeah. There'll be one. Sorry, I'm getting wrapped up in his crafting a little bit. Yeah, I like the idea of making some and seeing what people think. Is it something that you can like whip up pretty fast if it's like a warm reception? Because you could just be sitting there making eyeballs all day. Or yeah, they could be like the project that you're working on while, like during the downtime, and so you're producing eyeballs, but you don't necessarily have a whole bunch ready to go. That I feel like is a softer entry, because if it is the sort of thing that people don't like, well, it doesn't matter, you're working on them for Halloween. If they do like them, then hey, guess this is a batch I made earlier. Fresh and hot out the oven. Yeah, he printed a little while ago, and since then he's been rummaging around with wire and wire cutters, and it might not even be for the stream. He has other interests and other things that he works on. Like, I know he has his D&D coming up, and so maybe he's doing something for his model. Okay, we're back up to 18 and now we're going back out to 24 because I feel like his first little collar. Oh no, it's definitely narrower on the sprite. I've drawn it the same width because I think it gives nice visual like balance, but this is actually closer. And then single crochet down. Oh, you're gonna end up super teeny tiny if I do it this way. Is there a non-sticky tape? Yeah, masking tape, duct tape, washi tape, magic tape, painter's tape. Like all of them are sticky, but they all have decidedly different roles to play.
Duct tape.
I said duct tape, love. All right, I'm not going all the way out, maybe, but I'm going to go out a little bit further. So we're at 18 at the moment. We'll just go to 21. Single crochet and an increase. So just making the little collar. Oh, bye Shroom, thanks for hanging out. You're gonna crochet little sweaters for 30 quail? Just imagine the fun. Like, it's kind of like tortoises, right? You've seen those little crochet outfits that people have made for their tortoises? It's like that. You just have one that thinks it's a shark. One that thinks, yeah. Just be careful. I don't know if quail are like chickens, but they get super aggressive if they see the color red or pink. It can, like, to the point where putting glasses on chickens is actually a thing. They have red lenses or pink tinted lenses, so they see everything the same color so that they don't just attack when they see what they think is blood, is how that works. So I would just be careful with color choices. But yeah, I think the idea of quail in little jumpers is really cute. You have 30 chickens at the moment, but half of them are destined to be food. Yes, nuggets. Okay. Right, I think this is the face. It's weird because that's the wibble wobble at the start of the row, but I actually kind of like the wibble wobble for the face. So that's his little collar. And it's supposed to dip upwards, but I think I'm just going to stick something over the top of it, maybe stitch it up afterwards and call it fine. Really, I should be chaining one and turning and going back the other way, but I don't want to, so we're not gonna. We're gonna do 21 back post single crochet back around though. That is something we are gonna do. You put the rooster in a box. Aww. Sorry, lost in thought a little bit. Just thinking about things. Knitting takes longer. I can't knit. I've tried. there's no hook on the end of the needle. How are you supposed to move the yarn around? Because it's like you're supposed to use the needle to like move the yarn loop over or whatever, and it's like, but there's no hook. How do you, the yarn doesn't do the thing. So I gave up. I bought knitting needles for it though. When I tried a couple of times. Maybe it's like crochet where I have to stop and wait for 5 years, and then like the knitting fairies will arrive in my sleep and I'll wake up good at it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. Cool. Got 21 done. Now, I don't think I decrease as much this time around. In fact, I don't think I barely decrease at all. Do 21 single crochet, and then 21 front post, but I do that knowing I might have to frog it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. You can knit and crochet. You prefer crochet, but knitting is still relaxing. Yeah, see, it's like, I know knitting is a thing. I know that it's something that millions of people can do and have been able to do. It's just, I can't work out how you're supposed to keep the yarn on the stick. And like, for what I do, I think crochet is more applicable anyway. So I'll admit that it's not something I've put a lot of time into, but it would be like, watching people who knit just like whip up giant panels for wearables, I get very jealous. Because it'd be cool to have like an idea for a wearable and just be able to like whip it up. Good morning to Portugal. Oh, bookbinding. Yeah, I'm interested in bookbinding. I think that like I have books that I love and it would be really cool to make like fancy bound editions. So you can buy a lot of fancy bound editions these days on the internet. So I suppose that's a thing. He's a little, he's got some pop to him. But I'll probably sew that up there like that when I attach the tie, which will give him a little bit of a broader neck opening at the back, but he'll look right from certain angles, and that's all we're really aiming for here. And now we front post to build the next level down. 1, 2. He has a lot more in common with the fidget slug than I was expecting. For those of you looking for a Mr. Bones update, he's still out there rummaging around with something. I'm hearing the sounds of paper and meticulousness. The curiosity is starting to burn, however. Oh, hi Nat. Welcome. She's a fidget toy. She is a fidget toy. Things you can say about your crochet project, but not your girlfriend. Okay, so that's the front post for the second layer of his little collared shirt, so we're here. Is it time? No, not yet. That was violent. I'm trying really hard, but I don't know if this is going to come out as anything. I think it's just going to come out as a mess. I think it's going to identify as a problem. But I'm doing my best, so that's all I can really do. September's never good. It's the low before the high of October. I'll admit that September's a little bit of a nothing burger, but it's kind of nice to have a nothing burger. This year has been one of those years where it's just one thing after another. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. And it allows us to get the yips out before the true crafting season arrives. Because like October, November, December, it's just like, it's all go. Go, 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 go. Okay, I hadn't noticed the time before either, until I drew it literally just then. It never even occurred to me that he's this little business bug. But now I can't unsee it, and so I've decided to like curse you all with that knowledge as well. Like literally, even as I was assembling the choice game thing that we play for the votes, I didn't see it there. It's just, I don't know how I've missed it all these years, but it's so clearly there. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. Cool, so I'm up at 21. I don't think I want to go out to 24. I think I'm just gonna chuck a little pin in the back that I will definitely pay the blood price on at some point, and that's okay. I'm going to stick a second one in for good measure. There are so many lines, we all probably just thought they were random lines, but they're not, no. All you see when you look at the middle part is the little side arms from an old card art. Yeah, I first played Pokemon Red, the grey-green version on the big brick Game Boy, and he had little, like, witchy. And those, you're right, those are the little arms, because they like, stick out. They're like... So, yeah, that's probably why I also don't see businessmen. It's because I'm too busy looking at, the big scary bug doing a heck and intimidate. I'd already aged myself talking about grey-green Pokemon games, okay? So I'm allowed to heck. I think we go around again. I have no idea what that is. Okay, I already passed you the sticky tape.
I didn't take it.
Ah, see, I'd forgotten that you hadn't taken it. Okay, he's taping something. For anyone who has arrived at any point in the last 10 minutes, we heard Mr. Bones print something. And then since then he's been rummaging around with wire cutters and the tension is building. There's something being made. I'm quietly hoping for a business briefcase. Show us the Game Boy you want to see. Oh, Pumpkin, I don't have it here, I'm sorry. That was 4 or 5 houses ago. I think it's at my parents' place. That's 21 around again. Alright, and now we do 21 back post single crochet, and then we do an aggressive decrease cycle again. I do appreciate your enthusiasm though, Pumpkin. Okay, and we're back posting. Seven, 8. Wow, Kakuna is taking up a lot more of my mental bandwidth than I thought. I thought it was going to be just like an easy little like 1 hour and done kind of thing, but we're an hour and a half in. Oh, is it time?
It is time.
It is time. Guys, Mr. Bones has been crafting something and I don't know what it is and I'm excited.
Okay, put your hand up and open your eyes.
No. Honey!
There you go.
You're just showing off. Guys, he made a tiny little pocket watch. He made little individual links and it opens and it's got like the little horse icon on the front and back. But what's really bad is I kind of want to pass it straight to the mole. Oh my goodness. All right, we're going to gently place that there. I tell you what. Gotta get a camera pointed at his workstation. I'm pretty sure that would have been more interesting than watching me shape Kakuna.
Oh, I forgot to tell you, because those pliers are really terrible, and it's almost impossible to cut through a wire with them without just forcing it, which smushes the wire into flat little razor blades.
Okay.
Be really careful with the chain because it's covered in razor blades.
I have given you a gift, an obligation, and a weapon.
And it demands a blood sacrifice.
It does. Okay. Sorry guys, I said it before, I'll say it again. I am losing my voice a little bit. And it just is what it is. So, okay, I think 21 single crochet around is still the play here, or do I decrease now? I want to decrease a little bit. I'll decrease by 3. That's the plan. So we will go 3 repeats of 5 single crochet and decrease, because the rest of this is just smooth. Smooth. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. Two, 3, 4, 5, and a decrease. And a decrease. And a decrease. Alright, I actually think this is coming together fairly nicely. So I think I'm just going to do 3 decreases per row to work up the little point at the bottom of our little Kakuna. Nice and simples. I don't have Twitch. Who said Twitch? Could just say you did it and I'd be none the wiser. I mean, I totally watch you, but I don't have Twitch. Right, I understand. Right, yes, there are. I believe Ace has a Twitch, right? That's all right. We just wanted to keep a hold of the lines of information. I don't know, I can barely manage to drive YouTube. I don't think I need to introduce Twitch into that equation at the moment, though since they're their contracts are now non-exclusive, it is an option to multi-stream, and I know that a lot of creators are choosing to do that. But it means that I have to keep track of 2 different chats and 2 different lots of... You guys are getting ads, right? Did I remember to turn those on? Like, I know that they suck, but it's also how I make my living, so I don't know if I remember to... Don't know if I remembered, yeah, to turn them on.
My stream just froze.
Oh. I have still 0 dropped frames and a healthy bitrate. Is everyone okay? Everyone's getting ads? Thank you guys. I'm so sorry. They are a necessary evil. I have them turned down pretty low, but I couldn't remember if I'd actually remembered to turn them on for the stream. Okay, there we go. You got a couple? Awesome. Is the theme today alien eyes? No, Nat, the theme today is no mouths. No mouths. So it doesn't matter if they want to scream or not. No mouths for them. Morning, Kit Kat K. Yeah, no, the ads are set to like every 24 minutes or so. Like, should be. And that doesn't mean you'll get one every 24 minutes. It just means that is as often as they should be able to show them to you.
Every single time. No mouths, but I must scream!
Yeah, no mouths, but I will scream! It's actually a kind of horrifying sci-fi story that we're quoting there. You're just a little dumpling, aren't you, friend? All right, let's finish closing off your base. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Cool, we are still on track. That's the next row. I've already written it down for myself. I love that for me. Been here from the start and haven't had an ad. Well, Charlie, maybe you're just getting special treatment. YouTube decides how often to show things. I just can set like a maximum limity thing that it sometimes ignores anyway, but I do my best. It's like we want an uninterrupted viewing experience for the most part, but ads are a necessary evil. There's people who have them like every minute are a little annoying. Yeah, no, like I don't really want to get into the ethics of it. I know that I have my own personal way I approach things. And also just to clarify here as well, YouTube can overrule the settings that people put in. Like you'll find that you'll get ads even on non-monetized channels as well. So like it's not entirely on the creator, but the creator does have some control. Melissa, thank you for watching the ad. Okay. Two more rows, and then we'll make his little tie. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. What you up to, love? Oh my goodness. Nope, you are on camera. You are on the camera. Oh. Was there a request? Oh, honey. Mr. Bones has absconded with Caterpickle. He left the room with Caterpickle.
That's because I panicked, because you said I was on camera, but I was in fact not on camera, just my arm was. Or this arm.
You were getting very close. Sorry, I wasn't trying to alarm you.
And so I wanted to check with the 30-second delay.
Can we have Caterpickle back though, please?
Yeah, I was just having Caterpickle, but I had...
Can I have Venonet as well? He's my baby.
I had priorities where I wanted to check me, and no.
Thank you. Can I have Venonet as well? I just was out of Venonet. He's my little dumpling friend. I need his lamp, but I think his lamp's over there. I can't have you fetching all the things. Stop. It's fine. Oh, I won't shine it straight up at the thing. But this is Venonet's lamp. He gets to sit on it and look into it. It's very cute. I won't turn it on because you guys are like right there, but he can spend hours just gazing lovingly at his little lamp. Which I'm now going to stop and fiddle with because the back came off. He's back! Caterpickle's back. He's right here. He did not leave for long. And we'll finish off. There we go. I keep trying to get Mr. Bones to watch Last Unicorn, and by that I mean I've suggested we watch it and then I never make time to show it to him. But we will, I will show him. I quote the skeleton all the time though, like, the wine. Skeletons were people too. KK, you've missed Poliwhirl, and we are now just making a little business Kakuna, because he's clearly a little businessman. Alright, so that's our base. The ridges aren't showing up super clearly on camera, but I'm just going to tell you that they're there. They are there. And I'll give him some little pinprick eyes for now so you can get an idea for it. I don't have enough black pins to flesh them out completely, but they're there as well. So now we need, I think I'm going to make this tie in 2 pieces actually. Because we have like a top little square triangle bit that I will just like work up as a little bulbous square, tiny little bulbous square. And then this longer bit needs a line down the middle of it. This is kind of his little like cha-chas. I might have to do them as flat pieces, though I don't like doing that. Having a thought. I could do it as a 2-dimensional piece and work it up so the rows run this way. Just with increases and decreases down the front of it will give it some sort of distinction. Let's go tie knot. We'll call that a magic ring of... I don't want to do a magic ring of 4. I don't want to be a whiner on stream though, so... Oh look, beady little eyes, yeah. What if I made him a yard suit? We talk about Mr. Bones' flesh again. Why no safety eyes? Well, because they have to be like long oblong eyes, and so I'll sew them on so they're the right shape. They would have looked wrong round. I made a decision. Fine. Okay, that's a magic ring of 5. We'll do a magic ring of 6 because I'm pushing it. Really, I should do a magic ring of 4. Honestly, the magic ring alone, oh guys, you cannot see this at all. The magic ring alone is probably big enough to be the little top knot. Not quite as distinctly shaped as I would have liked, but we're working to scale. It's fine. Guys, we're actually right at the pointy end of this one here, so we should actually clarify the name. So I think the names that I saw were Mr. Business and Matata. Because of the red pins, it looks like Pikachu gone wrong. Oh no! Like, don't get me wrong, I haven't nailed all of them, but I don't think I've failed one quite that extremely. Oh, Gliscor. Yeah, okay. Fair enough. Okay, so you know how this is the knot of the tie? Would that be the flap? Could I call it the tie knot and the tie flap? I didn't megapod him. I was paying attention. Mr. Bones freaked out at one point, thought I was megapodding him, and came in to be like, "You're megapodding him." And I was like, "No, I'm not, it's fine." And it was fine, because I knew what I was doing. But it's always nice to know that he has my back. Mr. Buzness? Oh, I love that.
Okay, so that part is the tree, and that part's the fox. Because the fox chases the rabbit around the tree and down the hole.
Okay. It's Mr. Bones educating me on ties. It's almost 4 AM. You should be asleep, Ace. Go to sleep. 3 to 5 AM. We took a vote way back at the start. It's morning people aren't awake yet, and evening people have gone to sleep. Even night owls have gone to sleep at that point. Unless you're working a night shift, which gives you an exemption. But yeah, no, everybody else should be asleep between the hours of 3 AM and 5 AM. Oh, I actually like it that way. Do you guys mind if I put a sphincter in the middle of the tie? I just think it's going to look more right.
I have a problem with you calling it a sphincter.
It's a sphincter! Magic is just tech humans can't comprehend? Yeah. What is it? Sufficiently advanced science is indistinguishable from magic? Two. 3. Alright, we're going to stop at 3 so we can tuck that end away underneath. Wunderbar. Okay. Cross that out. 1, 2, 3, and that's 4 single crochet back to the top. Alright, it is done. There's a fly in here. I wish I was joking. Where is it? I can hear it. Might have flown out. I don't want a repeat of this dang meerkat performance, but... You want to fly with an umbrella? I've calmed down. It flew away. You heard it, right? This is not a drill. Put the drill away. I don't know. He walked in here with a drill for some reason. It's just... There's a fly. There's a fly in here. And I can't handle that they touch you and they make the sound and I hate it. And they touch everything and I hate it. But it's fine. It's gone away again. Okay. Now I feel like this should be attached here if we're attaching it. Mr. Bones is standing by with the vacuum cleaner. I haven't seen it yet, honey, so I don't know where it is. These little... So yeah, I'm thinking I'll add a couple of lines to this underbase piece and we'll stitch the eyes on as well, but that is Kakuna. So, naming him. I think he flew out and Mr. Bones is aggressively trying to close the door. Okay, I think the fly's been locked out, so. Alright, let's start a naming poll. So I only caught a couple of the names, so you guys are gonna have to fill in the gaps here. So, hang on, we got Mr. Oh, is it Business or Business? I'm changing it to Business. So honestly, we have enough room to put both options in the poll, I guess. Mr. Business. We have Matata. Like, oh no, Matatas. And we have Mr. Business. I don't want to split the vote on the Mr. Business, Mr. Business thing. Maybe they're the same thing. Mr. Business / business. Okay guys, we've got room for a couple more slots. No, both. Yeah, Mr. Bones was absolutely standing like with the vacuum cleaner. Oh, Kahuna, thank you. So the reason that I've put Mr. Business and Mr. Business as the same option, because I don't want to split the vote. It's like if like 60% of you might want Mr. Business or Mr. Business as the name, but if I split the vote, it'll be 30% and 30% and something else will come up and win. So Kahuna, Matata. We've got Matata and I've got Kahuna. Jefferson. You know, I heard a thing the other day. Apparently, my generation was more likely to recommend Bob as a random name for things, but apparently the younger generation now suggests Jeff or Jeffrey, and no one really knows why, but it's just become a thing. Sakuna? Hakuna? Tiny? He's just a tiny businessman here on international business. Alright, you know what? I'm going to put Jefferson in there. There we go. The poll hath commenced. Name the Kakuna. Who, when you see photos of him, you'll see the work that we've done that actually makes those ridges look really nice. Because it's looking real in person. I'm thinking Bob the Builder, and then I'm thinking it's, no, but that's Gerald from Finding Nemo. I don't know where Jeffrey's come from. Yeah, Steve, that's from Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs. It's because of that monkey. It goes, Steve! And now everybody who was like a certain age when exposed to that movie knows Steve. Okay, so what we can do, given that it looks like Mr. Business / Mr. Business is a dominant vote, we could do a second vote afterwards and you can pick if it's business or business, but I feel like I'm gonna say both. Exactly, Steve! The meme, my name is Jeff? Maybe, I don't know that one. Shrimpanzee! Minecraft Steve? It could be Minecraft Steve, that one they kind of missed me. But Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs is great. Ridiculous, but great. I watched that literally like a week ago. Maybe Wake Up Jeff from the Wiggles, but I still feel like that's more my generation than the younger generation. It might come from the My Name is Jeff, but I don't know that meme. I'm too old for that one, apparently. Okay, I'm gonna leave the voting open for just a little bit longer. But it's very conclusive. Kudos to the 5% of people who voted for Jefferson at the expense of all other names. My name is Jeff. I Channing Tatum. Gonna head to bed. All right, night A's. Thanks for hanging out. All right, Mr. Business / Mr. Business 1. I'm gonna call it like so. His name is Mr. Business, spelled business. Okay, and then I may or may not end up attaching the stopwatch, but it is definitely part of his accoutrement. So yeah, that's Kakuna done. That's Kakuna done. So, look, we've been streaming for almost 5 hours. What I would like to do at this point, and yeah, what I'm going to do at this point is I'm going to do some like sketching. It's not necessarily going to come out to anything. It's not going to be grand works of art, but I just need to kind of try and consolidate some of the ideas I have heading into Halloween and this next chunk of the year. So what I'm going to do first, swap back to this screen and I'll do the rest of the reveal so you guys could see what the other options were today. And sorry, I'm seeing Kakuna holding scissors like this now. Yeah, so I'm going to reveal what the other options were so that anybody who was just kind of here for the Pokemon game can go with my blessing. And anyone who wants to just still hang out a little bit while I try and work some ideas out of my system is welcome to do that too, which might take the form of a lot of scribbles or some research or some brainstorming, or I might pick up a hook at one point as well, but we'll probably do that for a little bit. So number 2, the option, the solution, the answer was Kabuto. He has no mouth. There's no mouth on this little fellow because I'm pretty sure the eyes on top aren't really his eyes. I'm pretty sure these are his eyes underneath. So no mouth on Kabuto. And then we have Hitmonlee, who, that's Hitmonlee, right? Or is that Hitmonchan? Pretty sure that's Lee. Hitmonlee has been put into like 4 or 5 different votes now, and you guys are like refusing to pick that color. So I'm gonna have to start getting trickier with it and pick maybe the yellow on his foot or something. And then number 5, I saw the guess already. It's Primeape. He has no mouth. There we go. You guessed it. Yeah, BCB really, I split their votes. It wasn't intentional though. It's just as we get further into it, we've picked a lot of the fun colors already. So when putting themes together, a lot of them are these beiges and browns and whites. But there's some good Pokemon behind those colors. You just have to pick them first. You are out there playing Dodge the Hitmonlee. More like, I don't know, Hitnotlee? Not Monlee. There'll be a joke there, we'll find it as we go. But anyway, those were the options today. Obviously we hit Poliwhirl and Kakuna, and can I just point out again, you picked the blue one and the yellow one and left the beiges behind. Like, I'm gonna have to do beige as the theme next week. You wait, I'm gonna do it. So It's like Dodge the Diglett all over again. Yeah, that one there went on for, I think it was 9 episodes, and I was like actively putting Diglett in there, whereas like this could be a Diglett. This totally looks like a Diglett that precociously grew legs and walked away. I could choose the red in the eyes. I'm not so worried about Caputo being selected. I'm very worried about the fact that I can't get you guys to pick the Peoplemon, so I can't chip away at them. But anyway, that is the end of the Pokemon Choices game. I'm going to reset my desk. I'm not going on break or anything. I'm just going to be sitting here talking to you. But I'm going to swap back to this screen and yeah, clear some space for myself and just chuck some stuff into buckets. And we're going to head into the homework part of the stream. You can stay. You can go. Huh. Sorry, she jumped out of the bucket and flew away. I need to empty my bucket though. What fell? Oh, Caterpickle, no! Are you trying to freak Nat out? Don't do that. Okay, so these two go in the to be processed bucket. I should have a new bucket in here, but I do not. You guys can hang out and you can go. Molly can go, though I love you very much. You can supervise Benjamin. Put the yarn away. Tortoise can go over there. Just a bit of yarn. Just a bit of yarn. Yeah, we're up to 71. I'll update the counter, but then I'll probably turn the counter off as well. The Peoplemon theme, yeah, there is a people theme coming. It'll be Machop, it'll be Machop, because we've done Machop, it'll be Machoke, Machamp, Mr. Mime, Jinx, and I don't know, I feel like there's more in there. Kadabra, even Hypno is very people-y. Theme, need a hand? Yeah, there's going to be a theme of, I looked at this, the 5-fingered ones, but then I've already kind of done some of the fun 5-fingered ones, like Snorlax has 5 fingers, but there's so many of them have 5 creepy fingers. And Mr. Mimes, in particular, are quite distinct, to the point where I don't know if I'm going to be able to avoid making 5 enormous fingers for each of his hands, his creepy, creepy hands. Ready? Go. Okay, got a sketching area. That's my notes. That can go somewhere. Oh, hey, there's my notebook. Oh no, it's the full. It's the full notebook. I lost my notebook at the start of the stream, but you guys, I seamlessly covered that up by just being generally incompetent in other areas. I have a pencil. I need to pull up my list. I can shrink that down because it's no longer reasonable. The sprite can go bye-bye, so I can move this over a little bit. Caterpickle, work with me here, buddy. Come on. I'll have to find a way to identify all of the peoply Pokemon as animal-like instead. See, Poliwhirl doesn't hit me as a people though. It's kind of like the definition of art. I know it when I see it. I know a Peoplemon when I see one, and even Mewtwo is a little too people-y for my comfort level. Alright, let's... Okay, I've got the internet open, and I should have a content list here somewhere if I've shared it with myself. Which I'm hoping I have. Yay! Heading to sleep now. Night, Autistic Frog, and night to anybody else who wanted to like split off at this point. I get it. I'm just doing my homework, and you're welcome to come along. So there's some of the stuff that I have planned, which I'm really hoping I've put into this list. Nope. Nope. That's actually not bad. That's not bad. I can work with that. Okay. So this week coming, I have, can't draw there. I have my little canvas, my final canvas with the mushrooms on it. And I don't want to go too far down the course of thinking about that one ahead of time, because I do like to capture the full design process for things like that on video. So it's one of those things where I'm aware that I'm going to do it. I'm loosely aware that I want to do it as either the side of a tree or like a you know like a log covered in mushrooms, or like the forest floor, maybe with like some leaves and around the mushrooms, or even just like a densely packed, beautifully colored mushroom wall is also an option. So missed 2 Pokemon with no mouths. Yeah, sorry Chloe, we've just packed away the Pokemon. We made Poliwhirl and we made Kakuna. So yeah, I'll be doing a bunch of mushroomy content for myself tomorrow. I'll be filming all of that then. So that's kind of the next video that's coming out. It's actually in September, not October. I thought it was going to be an October release, but here we are. And then after that, we have 5 Thursdays falling in October. And I don't want to like oversaturate it completely with Halloween theme, just because not everyone's Halloweeny. Even I'm not particularly Halloweeny. I just like relate a little bit more to the spooky aesthetic than anything else. So like the content's not going to be all Halloween all the time, but what I would like to do is another little scene. So if any of you remember Hocus Crocus or the Haunted Tree from last year, that like I need to come up with a scene for this year. And I've got a couple of ideas and I feel like it might be fun to explore them. You missed loads. Barack Obama's Barbie Army, you missed the whole lot. Moldy bread is not on the homework list. You've been talking to Mr. Bones. Mr. Bones really wanted the 4th canvas to be mold, like a moldy piece of bread. And I don't want to. That's the entire conversation. But yeah, so the scenes, I think that it could be cool to have them as a round base again. But my ideas here are either some sort of cemetery scene with like lots of like tombstone type of things.
Butt pics are in Discord.
Butt pics of what? Butt pics of what? Do a sinking ship? Oh, that's kind of fun. Well, guys, don't get too excited about Graveyard. You should hear what the other idea is. Which I'll tell you in a second. I'm scrolling all the way down in the Discord because Mr. Bones has directed me to... Mr. Bones, I'm not doing a piece of bread. Anywho, the other idea I had is some sort of like, this is kind of like an idea that I'm adapting to potentially fit the scene idea, but I thought it could be fun to do some kind of like bone dragon, right? So like, it'd be like a little bone dragon scene rather than like an entirely separate piece. It's just like kind of like Hocus Crocus is a really great toad pattern. It could be cool to do a little bone dragon scene. But then the bone dragon also acts perfectly fine as its own thing, free from a scene, and so like I can see why... You can't see pencil on this camera at all. I can see why people might want like the cemetery, and then like you know that there's a pretty good chance that you'll get whatever pattern you want. Anyway,
I was about to say you probably need a sketching pen.
I don't like sketching in pen. All right, guys, I'm gonna do something risky. I'm gonna adjust the settings of this camera. It might mean it gets a little dark, but or maybe I can just use a darker pencil. Do I have a darker pencil? For 1 week, we had the lighting just sorted in here, just absolutely nailed, and since then it's just all been downhill. I think. Okay, you can see this pencil. I'll sketch in this pencil instead. I think the sharpener opens up into a hell dimension. Come on, sharpen my pencil. Thank you. So yeah, but then, yeah, what I was saying is just that a bone dragon is also just a creature that we would be kind of almost arbitrarily putting on a little setting. So I don't know if it's necessarily the go here. Have like the skull and the horns coming out of the skull. Make the base of it black with just like bone details on it. So not necessarily like Mr. Bones' bone details, but like but then the more I want to make it like hyper detailed bones, the less I want to release it as a pattern. So, okay, yeah, cool, you can see this one just fine. So the other option would be the cemetery, which you won't be as excited about now that I've floated the idea of a dragon, I'm sure. But the cemetery is a little bit more appropriate for what we're talking about here, where I don't really have a strong idea for this one here. It's just, the dragon is easy, you just plonk it on something, and the rest of the stuff can build itself around it. It's kind of like the tree. The tree, you plonk it on something, you build stuff around it, whereas like the cemetery, I don't have a strong notion for like who the main character is for the cemetery yet. I don't know, maybe some sort of statue type of thing. Maybe a little bit of a fence. You're just excitable today, but this seems like such a cool idea. You know when the moss looks like little grass? Use that as a background for the mushrooms. Yeah, Andy, that's kind of what I'm vibing with for that. Bone Dragon as the scene with the little creatures and fungi running between and around. Vampire, a creepy angel. Oh yeah, that's true. So like you could also do like a hand sticking out of the ground. Not just like the whole scene, but just like a big feature on the scene. But to me, that's, again, it's probably a little people-y. And I do like creature things better. Bone Dragon in the cemetery stealing bones. That's just a lot. That's a lot. That's a 2-week. I don't like splitting my things into 2 separate chunks. Zombies erupting. Yeah, I'm thinking zombies, but it could be a pet cemetery. Could be kind of fun. Like the little creep. I'm not being very efficient with this page. Little creep watching the process, and I know we did a little owl last year, but it's just appropriate. You approve of Pet Cemetery? Yeah, I'd be worried that it might upset someone. I don't know. I would never want to make somebody feel sad. These are meant to be happy things. That's kind of my thought. Whereas like with Hocus Crocus, it was just inspired. For the record, I designed the toad and the cauldron and then came up with the name. Whereas if I come up with the name first, it would have just been like designed itself. So it's kind of like I'm just looking for that hook, that little wink, that little bit of wit around to it. Which is a bit hard. I kind of thought Haunted House might be a really fun one as well, because we've been playing around a lot with like constructing things from smaller pieces over the last couple of years. Crows, bats, dogs. Yeah, a little hand creature holding a spade trying to rescue his other hand friends. There has to be a good fantasy creature that resides in graveyards. Love the dragon, we like crows. Yeah. So like, I'm a big fan of a raven. That circle looks like the moon in the background, which isn't doable. I kind of really want to draw in that triangle, so let's move this over. But I thought it could be fun to do like some sort of haunted house type of thing. Maybe even a monster house. Don't know if you guys saw that movie. I feel like there can be room for like some sort of like creature-y nature to a house. I don't know, what do houses look like? Gravestones and whatnot in the front yard. Maybe even a giant skeleton, because you know that's how houses decorate themselves these days, right? Little Mr. Bones cameo. Monster house, yeah. A crow or raven guarding a cemetery. You could have a rat somewhere creepy. Yeah, rats work. Honestly, the dragon is very heavily based on a rat body shape. So yeah, it's the most unformed idea I have for the Halloween series so far, because like the other ones kind of write themselves a little bit. We've got like the mushroom canvas, which I've already talked about. I'm going to redesign, or I'm thinking I'm going to re-release Skullicorn and just have another go at making her a little bit more horse, a little bit less pony. We've got the dragon portal, and we've got the chonk dragon. Hi.
I was seeing if it was safe to open the door.
Ah, is the coast clear?
Sorry. Monster house, yeah. Remember the house?
Yeah.
Yes. Oh, beautiful.
But Baba Yaga's house, or like the House Moving Castle house, something like that, like something like very creaturey house could be kind of fun for it. Make a Mr. Bones shrine. Baba Yaga, yeah, there we go. Baba Yaga's chicken hut. I'm actually going to pull up a reference image for that. The Baba Yaga's chicken hut sounds like the best fried chicken in the South. Oh yeah, that's a vibe. So who can tell me the story of Baba Yaga's chicken hut? Like what kind of territory would you normally find it in? Is it forest or is it... It's got a very long pitched roof. With varying degrees of detail, which is good. Good, it gives me somewhere to go if I need to. Keep bending the bird legs the wrong way. So yeah, something. Camp scene with tent and fire and a Wendigo. Oh, I like that little camp scene. Wintry forest, very Slavic. Okay. There's just a little Baba Yaga-esque type of thing going on there. And then I like the idea of a little camping scene. That's super fun. So like, could do a little tent. But who are our campers? I suppose we could just have a sealed tent and have it be people, but where's the fun in that? Little fireplace. And then we'd have like some spoopy trees. Trees pretty much draw themselves. I could put the cryptids in the camping scene, yeah. We could have, there's like a Bigfoot. Hi, Sam. There's a monster called Baba Yaga, and I thought that's what I meant. Monster camper, but the cryptids in the camping scene. Yes, more cryptids. Guys, I have in my schedule Christmas cryptids. I owe it to you from last year. If everything goes to plan with everything else, like I do not punish myself to make these videos, but like if everything goes to plan with everything else, there is a Christmas cryptids video on the schedule for after the X Days of Crochet series. So that is on the list for this year because there's some great cryptids out there. There's like what, Gorilla, there was Baba Yaga, there's like a bunch. I've got a whole big massive list of them. The bone. So you're saying a bunch of skeletons camping around a fire? kind of like the idea of a giant... Okay, let's see. What are some creatures that I like? Maybe I need to start from that direction, then I'll find a setting to put them in. So I think spider is a great one. I think anything in a cave is good. So we've got like bats or monsters, just general monster. General monster is totally a thing. Krampus, yeah, exactly. Yeah, cool. Yeah. It's a very soft pencil. Because like it could be fun to do like almost a little cave type of thing. Some sort of monstery creature inside.
Bunch of skeletons around a fire. One of the skeletons holding up a torch to his face. But if you look really closely, you can see in the shadows behind a human coming over the top. Spooky.
It's the sort of thing that's very funny as a still image, but it's a lot of work for a little punchline. Yeah. Giant snake, yeah. I see giant snake. Yep, sputter. Oh, when to go with the deer antlers, yep. I do like the idea of doing some sort of skeleton creature this year. I'm not sure it goes hand in hand with the scene, but like I guess that we can kind of like migrate ideas a little bit. Just casually adding bones to my dragon as we go. Butterfly and moth. Monster under the bed. This is good. This is good. Please do not let my action or inaction on any of your ideas make you assess or reassess the value of your ideas. You're all pitching very strong ideas. Just sometimes it's just like the percolation is something that has to happen. I have to have that little aha moment to like have it hit me. A werewolf could be fun. I see werewolf. Werewolf? Over there, wolf. Here, wolf. There, wolf. Everywhere, wolf. It's a very old pencil.
On the idea of a...
Could you pass me my drink?
Oh, yeah. The price is hearing my amazing idea. And so you have a bunch of skeletons.
Yep.
Having their skelly picnic.
Which I'm not doing, but go on.
Oh no, but it'd be wonderful. Anyway, they're doing that. And you notice off on the side there's like a dragon skull there, which looks pretty cool. And then you notice on the other side there's like... Hang on a second, those look like...
No. You've done it. Sorry, you've got a good idea too, just bear with me. It's all in the dragon skull. So the scene is like a dragon skull. Mm. I'll look up some sort of anatomy for birds and lizards and that sort of thing to make sure it's a good one with nice, like good horns. And then like we could have like a little rat peeking out from inside the eyeball. Mm-hmm. Or like some mushrooms growing out from around it. Like the glimmer of like the jewel that it used to have. Set. What do you guys reckon? Dragon skull? Go with your idea.
So you've got like the little scene of something playing out on top, and then you see like the dragon skull on one side, the little mouse and all that stuff looking really cute. Mm-hmm. And then as you go around, you see like, oh, there's like lumps over here, and there's like a tail coming around there. And then you see like as you rotate around, you see one of the arms is actually lifting up. And so it's like they've set up camp on top of the dirt that's resting on top of a dragon skeleton. And so it's like him waking up beneath them.
Oh, but see, I would almost like...
Kind of like one of those sea monster ones where you see like a cool little island and then like you take a look back and like it's the giant sea monster underneath the water.
Yeah, but see, like I would almost completely abandon the camping aspect of that and just go fully with like the bone dragon awakened.
For me, it's the what do you call it?
The movement?
there's something in the twist, the hook and the twist. So the hook is, oh look, it's a cute little camp scene, and then like, hang a second, whoa, hang on a second, and then as it rotates, you're like, wait, that thing's waking up.
Yeah, come here for a second. I want to like just you can approach that side of the desk comfortably. You can stand all the way there. Yep, that's the flesh. So let's say this is the dragon we're talking about, right? And then we just like have it look like grass and dirt on top of here with like the little. Just correct me if I'm doing it wrong.
Lumpy bits. Like a little, like you feel like a little burrow going down with a little rabbit there. But if you look down the burrow, you can see the sides are 2 pieces of rib.
You're getting too far out of scope there. I'm just trying to work with the idea in a reasonable fashion. And like these would look they'd blend in amongst. Sorry, kitty. Maybe some trees or something. Like the head would be visible, and just like this would be like the little campfire scene you're talking about. And then like the rest of this would kind of look like the leg would look like grass, like another hill.
You see little egg dragon? I'd have that sort of.
Oh, yeah.
So if you got marigold and then you went and like flattened her, right? And my hand's on screen.
No.
Okay, so if you got marigold and went to make her flat, right?
I don't want to flatten marigold.
The little, there's your dragon here. That would be the campsite, and so the campsite's in the middle with it wrapped around them, so they're not on its back.
Okay.
They're inside the piece, and like you got like little bushes and shrubs, but as you like look around the outside, so you can never see the whole dragon. You can never see the whole dragon at once, because as you rotate around, you're seeing the outside, but you can't see the other side because there's stuff in the middle. And so it's something which invites you, like you don't understand the scene until you've done a full 360, and then you're like, oh, it's waking up.
I like your idea. I think that simplifying it down is the move. But I think you've definitely got something there. You definitely gave me the first little moment of like, yes, that's a thing. And I think it comes down to some kind of skeleton motif. I'm thinking, and I can keep it in a very creaturey place by just doing like, for example, the dragon skull, and then like I said, a little rat peeking out one of the eye holes, some mushrooms on top of it, maybe like a moth or a bat or something hanging off one of the horns.
Like a moldy slice of bread off in the corner.
Yeah. Frank Frazetta. I'm not familiar with that reference. In Brazil, we have a headless mule. In the place of the head, there's fire. Yeah, I put it through the Can It Be Crocheted filter, but sometimes it's easier to start big and simplify it down. And that's part of this whole process. So like we very quickly filled a page here of some different scenes, and I think skull could be an interesting way to go. I'm gonna look up some dragon skulls. We might be looking at some different lizards. Dragon, cool. I wanna see what's out there first in terms of dragon skull shapes because, oh yeah, there's some wicked looking dragon skull shapes. I'm gonna narrow down that idea a little bit. Because I don't think that there's necessarily, I'm not gonna rule out the idea of it being like a full dragon curled around something, because like with only bits of it still visible, but
if you point at one of the pictures on your screen, I have the same pictures on my screen. So if you point at one, I'll post that in Discord so people can see what your reference is.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm looking at things like, I don't want to include the person, but like they're all the same. It's like this one here sort of thing. Yep. And you could even just share us, like take a screen grab, make sure there's nothing questionable on it.
Post that one.
All right, Mr. Bones is going to share some sort of reference image for what I'm looking at. Code and art, D&D fantasy style art. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, do share the pics. I used to be obsessed drawing ram skulls. Yeah, see, like, the skull itself would be an interesting challenge because it's not a piece that you traditionally stuff, but I like an interesting challenge. So yeah, it would be... The one I'm looking at is kind of like... I'm trying to like draw it small because we don't need all the layers of detail right now. You start by drawing a slice of cheese. You give it a bit of a beak. This pencil is breaking again. Some of these have way too many fleshy details, like the nostrils shouldn't necessarily be boned ridges like that. But we'll work it out. And like you could have like, the horn immediately takes it to a more dragony fantasy place. All of the teeth visible, which is just great fun, but we'll work it out. Big eye socket. So yeah, I would have to work out what a dragon skull looks like to me. And then it could be fun to have like just a very cute, adorable critter. Little rat. Peeking out. Yeah, it's like, I understand why they include some of the ridges that they do on skulls and stuff, like things that are typically cartilage or flesh. I understand why they include them, because they want the idea to read really easily at a glance. But I'm way more interested in this being a little bit more skeletal and a little bit less, yeah. So yeah, little rat, his little booty can be poking out. And then I really like the idea of this being in like a cave setting. So like, I do some mushrooms growing up one side. Though I might be, this time next week I might be completely over mushrooms. Like never mind, no mushrooms for us. Some like different kind of lichen across the ground could be fun. I don't know, what would be funny to include here? Like I think a gem makes a lot of sense, some sort of treasure. It's like dragon. Even gold coins, it makes sense for him to be sitting on top of a big pile of them. So yeah, and then like that's kind of like an idea. Is that a bone dragon I'm drawing? I'm drawing a dragon skull. If I wanted it hollow, I could starch. Yeah, yep, absolutely I could. In all honesty, what I would do is quite selectively leave parts of it hollow and parts of it solid. Like for this skull in particular, I could literally have it solid inside up to where the eye socket starts, because the rat only needs enough room to peek out the eye socket. I would be endeavoring to make...
Butt pics in Discord.
to make the rat an entire piece and not just like the top half of a torso. Because I like these little things having the ability to move around and be posed in different ways for the different folks. Oh wow, so many schools. That's a good skull, honey. It's a good one. Oh, example of Frazetta art, thank you. Yeah, okay, so he's a vibe. I'd love to see a dragon that had become fused with their treasure. Yeah, a skeletal snake coming out of the eye socket. Too many bones is gonna have a hard time reading. Though it could be a spilled treasure chest. Yeah, I kind of want to put like a claw in here, knocking over a treasure chest. And let me be clear here, this dragon died of natural causes, happily on top of its hoard, surrounded by friends and family and hatchlings, okay? It is happy. Yeah, we could do a raven perched on. Because like anything we add helps establish scale. So like, if the raven is big, I don't know, it's looking more like a parakeet. Ravens have more like straight beaks and then square heads. It's more kingfisher. There's a raven in there somewhere. If the raven's that big, it's a very small dragon. If the raven is this big, it's a very large dragon. Do I have glow-in-the-dark yarn? I do not, but it does have potential, because like, yarn can be procured. We can exchange coin for goods and services. That's just gonna break straight away again. I'm running out of pencil. This pencil started off a decent sized pencil, and it's just been slowly getting smaller. But you can see it, that's what counts. armor and a sword. That can be funny. Though I would be worried about this ending up in too much of a fantasy place and not quite as Halloween-y as I would want it to be. Halloween parakeet. Okay, so some other ideas would be, I think that there is some potential in, I'm going to pull up a reference image for Raven. I think there's potential there for like a scene to be set around a crow or a raven. The corvids, or the corvus in general. Corvus? Ah! Yeah, because like I can see just building something around a specific gravestone, because I think it could be fun because you can then customize the stone to say whatever it is you want it to. So like the setting would be, we'd have a stone. We maybe even have like a nice little bouquet of flowers on the stone. It's allowed. We're allowed to. It's allowed to be a nice place, and then like the whole point would be more the crow looking like a Halloween chicken. Doing the beak too long again. Could even have his wings out, I suppose, but so like that could be a kind of a dominant feature, and then we'd need something at a medium height and something at a low height. So we need three things that make sense all in a scene. Add moss, and he can see things nevermore. Throw some sputters and spooder webs. It's Halloween. Yeah, exactly. Some sputters and spooder webs. So you can just have a spider that's drawn a little web on the dragon here. No, sorry, I didn't realize I was drawing off camera. Then a rat and earthworms. Creepy scarecrow. Oh, creepy scarecrow could be fun. Rat and black widow spider. You could have some form of plant. Ooh, yeah.
I love you. But it's not a creepy scarecrow. Okay?
He's T-posing.
He's just happy to meet you. Like he's like, welcome crows to my buffet. No, you want it for a creepy scarecrow, you want something like this.
Okay.
You're supposed to look at me and go, oh, that's scary.
I did, I was so spooked, but I'm also just drawing a little crow on his arm, because you made me laugh.
Have him holding like a lantern, with like his head falling back. Like his mouth is broken open and like it's pulling back and there's just nothing but straw.
Okay, no, but hear me out, right? So it's not the scarecrow that's creepy. The scarecrow is just a scarecrow, but the crows fly him around everywhere and creep everybody out with him.
Oh, and the crows use him.
The crows use him.
They plonk him down somewhere and then they can get some peace and quiet.
Yeah.
But like if they wanted peace and quiet from the humans as well, it would have to be a legitimately creepy scary one. And I can help you make a legitimately scary one.
I believe.
Yeah, like you want it like...
Yeah, that's scary.
With like all the straw coming out of the face.
That's very scary.
Yeah. Thank you for playing.
What is happening? Nat, we're drawing. We've put away the Pokemon and we are drawing because I'm trying to come up with stuff for Halloween. It's Specifically the scene we want to make this year. For creepy scarecrows, look up Doctor Who. Okay. Well, there could be a rat and a pumpkin. I think this might be a good way to do things. It's just like draw a bunch of like little elements and just see how any of them fit together. This pen has left me very sticky. I might have to just swap to sketching in pen, but I don't wanna. Mr. Bones, when you get a second, would you mind emptying my sharpener for me? I need to get a bin in here. It's one of the things that I'm actually missing. Oh, that sounded like it hurt.
No, fine.
Yeah, could you empty this for me, please? Thank you.
It takes more than a box to stop me.
Oh, we have a box of IKEA furniture in my doorway and he just kicked himself on it. Rat and earthworm. Thank you.
Do you want razor blade or?
No?
Okay.
I don't know why the worm and the rat are having a face-off, but here we are. Careful, little worm. The little rat looks hungry. How would an eyeball with a safety eye look? That. A person in parts in a cemetery forming a pentagram. That's a little hardcore for me, Andy. How is that worm possibly planning to fight Mr. Rat? Don't underestimate him. That won't be frontin'. He's here. He's gonna defend his clan. Oh, okay, they're gazing lovingly at each other. There we go. Position to give Wormy Boy an ice pick. No, not an ice pick, a battle axe. Guys, I think we've lost track of what we're trying to do here. So, there is an option here for us to do, instead of like a fantasy creature skull, I could break my rules and we could do a people-y skull. Which I'm drawing from memory, so just gonna bear with me if my anatomy's a little bit off. Thank you, Mr. Bones, for showing me your skull.
Romeo and Julie Rat.
Romeo and Juliet.
That was from that.
So similar idea to the dragon idea before, it's just this time with a people skull, which I feel like might be a little bit more accessible for Halloween. But we can come up with ways that this skull... I do agree that a creature skull is more fun, but sometimes you got to go for a little bit of mass appeal. So you got to come up with how this guy died, which is where the fun comes in. Dragon skull is superior. Okay, dragon skull it is. You once embroidered a hoop with a scene with a snake and a chicken. I called it Herpetolomeo and Julienne. All right, Herpetolomeo and Julienne.
Have you seen horses' skulls?
Yes.
Because I was thinking if you want to go creepy, horses' skulls are really creepy.
Yeah, well, I just thought
They're just the wrong shape.
I just thought a human skull would read more Halloween, whereas I think a dragon skull just reads more general fantasy.
Yeah, I reckon general fantasy is good. Like I usually like shy away from the appeal to all of the audiences because then everyone will. No, it's stupid. But I do like the one of having a dragon skull there because it's Halloween and also it's fantasy. And you know, I do D&D, and so like it's D&D, and it's. Are you okay?
I kicked my foot.
My condolences.
Because I'm balancing on a ball.
It hurts, doesn't it? A dragon skull for like D&D and like that whole group, and like they'll love it, and like also Halloween because it's skulls. Yeah, I think it's good. It's got year-round appeal. You didn't even need to put Halloween in the title. You could just put like dragon skull in the title. It comes out on Halloween. People are like, oh, a Halloween video, and for the rest of the year, people are like, oh, a dragon skull video. Evergreen content.
A cursed apple like from Snow White. KKK, there's a pattern out there already that exists and it's perfect and it's beautiful. You should, sorry, this is just me like generally sending you out to track it down. Let me just see if I can find it real quick because like I don't feel the need to make a cursed apple just because like it has been done perfectly. Alrighty, where is it? There we are, that's the designer. It's called the Poisoned Apple Crochet Pattern. Looks like it's something a lot of people have done actually, but the one that I'm specifically looking at the moment, oh, I don't want to mention a specific designer in case they've, I don't know. It's hard to tell who the original designer is, and I know that they were in my Facebook group, but it looks like the one I'm looking at here is perfect and wonderful and amazing, and it was done by, where is your name? Faney Toys on Etsy. So, yeah, I don't know, it would take a lot to convince me to tread that ground as well. Can we get the worm and the rat from Valentine's Day scene? Maybe. I'm not thinking about February right now. But I'll change the glare to more of a hooded eye with some little eyelashes. Not only that, but I believe more content creators would be doing regular skulls than Dragon for Halloween. Oh yeah, you know, that's fine. I often don't let the threat of not being mass appealing stop me from doing something, but it can sometimes be helpful to save me from being too specific and niche for my own good. I don't have a Facebook group. I'm a member of, I'm not a very active member, but I used to be an active member of Amigurumis Without Karen. It was a nice group. I don't know if it currently still is, but I'm sure it is because it's run by some really great people. Mr. Bones speaks facts. Okay. So we'll do a dragon skull, and I will look up some nice bony references for things like snake skulls, and I think lizard skulls might be a go here as well. What does an iguana skull look like? Oh, please don't show me a lot of dead animals. I just want to see skulls. Okay, iguana skulls are cool, but not quite the vibe. Let's go for snake skull. Or I might even go for like a horny devil, I think they're called. It's a type of lizard here in Australia. Okay, snake skulls have a lot going on in them. Oh my goodness. So maybe not snake skulls.
Horny devil.
That's embarrassing.
Butt pics.
Mr. Pose has provided me with a rat. Ah! Oh, actually, you know what? The thorny devil skeleton. It's pretty good. He has a pretty good looking skull. Though honestly, any dinosaur skull would probably fit the bill. Dragon skull, I'm gonna give this to a friend to decorate the house. Okay, a dragon skull we're pretty good on. Now the question becomes possible about if I'm gonna do it well. Just remember rabbit skulls look nothing like it. Yeah. Or a gator skull, that's a good idea. I was looking at thorny devils because they have the horns and it's interesting to see the anatomy of where the horns fit skull-wise. Ah, it's the Moloch horridus. In fact, can I just copy that image and I'll paste it into the Discord because I can do that too. This is what I'm looking at for anyone who's also in the Discord.
I have a pitch for a project you could do.
Okay.
You could take like skull, right? Where you know what the skull looks like and you know what the creature's face looks like.
Okay.
And so sketch the skull next to the creature's face, right? And then do like a horse skull next to a horse's face. And then go down and then have dragon, like draw a dragon on one side and then draw the dragon's skull and be like, okay, what features are actually there? We know we need the bone bit for the teethy bit, you know? And we know we need the eye bit. But like, nose? No, like none of the other ones have noses. And like, yeah, I reckon an anatomically correct dragon skull. Where you look at it and you're like, oh, that looks horrific. And it's like, you know, the dragon from, was it the Thieves one? Honor Amongst Thieves?
Yeah.
And it's just like, yeah, it's just like this cute little pudgy dragon. And he looks so cuddleable. But when you look at the skull, you're like, oh, cripes, it looks horrific.
Yeah, maybe new.
Sorry if I'm more vocal than usual. I'm usually quite vocal during your planning things.
That's fine. That's fine. It's just I'm doing a different kind of mental work. I'm flexing a different kind of muscle here. And so like it's one that I'm not as confident with.
That's exactly where you want to be.
Yeah. Plus it's a risky move because like I'm also sharing all of this online. So it means that if I change my mind, there's sometimes repercussions to my actions. Like, now I float a dragon skull, I'm never going to be able to unfloat the dragon skull.
If CK doesn't do a dragon skull, it's because it became much more difficult than it appeared at the time. Oh?
It's Venno, Nat, and Rat.
You have Wormy Boy and you have Rat. Yeah, where's Wormy Boy?
I don't have a wormy boy.
Diglett.
Diglett's not a wormy boy.
Yeah.
This is a very specific wormy boy. You will respect him. They are not substitutable.
Okay. Looks like he's holding his ears.
Yeah, he is. The handles.
Onwards.
Yeah. Right, Mimsy. Deer skull, gator skull. You guys are pitching skulls at me faster than I can read them. I will never forget Worm Rat Romance. It's been promised. All right, you're gonna have to remind me about it later. All right, remind me about it after Christmas, and we'll talk. If nothing else, it could be something I whip up during stream. Because we've already made a rat. And a worm is just a worm. Alright, let's go deer school. I don't think that's how you spell skull. It's not, but it got me there. Yeah, that kind of puts us back on like Wendigo. But you can clearly see how the horns attach. I think that might be the point. They've got nice pointiness to them, which I appreciate. You've got good, strong eyebrow ridge. Or even ibex, like that kind of thing. And realistically, the bottom jaw would have been lost to time, so we can just do the top jaw. And then, what am I putting around a skull? Could literally have a tiny human skull next to it if we wanted to. I do think something peeking out the eye hole is kind of a fun, creature-y type of thing. I am thinking a rat at this point, but like not as small as the little rat we made last year, maybe a little bigger. It's nice to have things in different sizes. Or he's a reptile, right? Dragons, I think, are reptilian, and I think that that could be... There's an argument to be made that if we base the skull on something amphibian, kind of like a crocodile or a gator, we could have little frogs that have made their home in and around the skull. Whereas if we put it in a graveyard, it has to have things like crows and spiders and that sort of thing. It's like deciding where this skull is dictates a lot of the storytelling that goes on around it. You like the idea of a Grim Reaper rat. Grim Reaper rat has no time for your nonsense. He's here to nibble cheese and claim souls, and he's all out of cheese.
Dear Skulls in Discord.
Yeah, I've got some up on my screen as well.
I was thinking you've already got the opossum.
By adding pumpkins and more rats or mice, that's a good idea, yeah.
The one above that one.
Oh, right, that's the Wendigo, yeah.
Yeah, and you got the little opossum there with a wizard hat on. Perfect.
You almost want to make a tapestry? I do want to make a tapestry. It's something I intend to get started very, very soon. The worm and rat romance is so cute. I need more content from them ASAP. No, guys! The clans are at war. Where's a good place to zone in on Halloween? You have Terry Pratchett's Grim Squeaker tattoo on. That's fun. The Death of Rats is one of your favourite ever book characters, the Rat Grim Reaper. Yeah, okay, so this is based on a character then. Funny seeing people draw what they thought animals looked like based on their skull, but how wrong they are. Yeah, but... Okay, I'm sorry, but the fleshy bits are important. Well, the giraffe is the basis of, I think is it T.S. Lewis? Or Lewis Carroll? I think it's Lewis Carroll. The giraffe is the basis for Lewis Carroll's questing beast. All right, I'm telling you guys, we can circle back around to the Wormio and Julie Rat. But you have to remind me after Christmas. Okay, this is definitely not something getting bumped up the list right now. If you remember it, I will consider it. Meantime, I keep tweaking my human skull. Yeah, little pumpkins. Excuse me. Venorat. So, even just a giant pumpkin is an idea. The Grim Squeaker is very cute. Okay, all right. Nope, that just looks like they're strangling one another. There you are, everybody. Wormio and Julie Rat in a little cuddle puddle. Oh, we also made Pokemon this stream, yeah. we're just, I'm just trying to get some homework done. I'm trying to come up with some Halloween concepts. So, like, the stream has ended, but it still lives on. It's the undead of streams right now. Oh, thank you very much. It's drawn from memory. The ship has sailed. You didn't curse me.
Grim Squeaker.
Mr. Bones has printed out the Grim Squeaker and shared it. I get the vibe. We have the option here of doing our own kind of Grim Reaper-y type of creature. It doesn't have to be a rat. Because, like, that could be a fun little, like, hocus crocus type of thing. I might turn the page on this, guys, so I want you to say goodnight to the thing and the thing, all right? It's going away. And now we're back. This pencil's still not dark enough. That's a H. This is a 5H. It's way too not gonna work. Rummage. All right, I might have to start sketching in pen. Oh, wait, no, hang on. We've got, what are you? HB? Oh, you're nice and dark, actually. 2H, that won't be light enough. Regular H, regular no. And a blue. Oh, hey, the blue has some promise. You can see this one. This one works. So, oh, that's only a HB, honey. Oh no, that's pretty dark. That works. This is a HB as well. Like, who would make a good Grim Reaper? I get that you guys like the rat. We can do the rat. It feels like I'm not being very original is all. I don't know why I gave him such a billowy hood. Tardigrade. What about a spider? And she has a little scythe in each of her legs. A small murderous fantasy creature on top of it. Yeah, well, I mean, it's an option. Okay, the same hat comment I'm not understanding. I need you to break it down for me a little bit more because I've seen it a few times in now 2 different places and I don't understand what you mean. A penguin. The Grim Beeper, Grim Ratter, Sausage Dog, Grim Batter. I don't know what I'm drawing, I'm just sort of letting something happen. Yeah, it's nothing. Bossy Boney. In Reaper Man by Terry Pratchett, suddenly every creature has its own Reaper, so the world is your oyster. He only describes the Grim Squeaker and the death of fleas in detail. Okay. A Snail Reaper. Okay. Sausage Dog in a ghost costume. That's just, Nero. The Snail Reaper. That is a slow death. That is true. I don't know how to put a cape onto a snail. He has to bring you back one bone at a time. Hey, you finished! Good job! I like the idea of a Snail Reaper. Or even just like a raccoon. But then I'm partial to raccoons in general. Note to self, don't draw animals from memory when you don't really know what the animals look like. Because, like, I can see raccoons happily reaping your souls without even thinking about it twice, you know? Grim Reaper. Oh, I think Big Belly works for them. Like, it's like Grim Squirrel, you were making a mole, right? All right, I'm clicking on this comic and I'm trying to read it, but it's small. The same hat. You know what? The same hat thing has both been explained to me and makes no sense to me whatsoever. Sloth Reaper. Okay, the joke I'm enjoying here at the moment is things like the Snail Reaper or the Sloth Reaper, or the idea of it being a slow death. It's funny to me. But again, with the sloth, I don't even know why I picked this angle, but we're working with it now. The Sloth Reaper feels like malicious compliance, like Death really wanted a day off. Or he's like on protest. Like on strike, that's what I was looking for there. See, some of these aren't even like reapers, they're just literally animals holding scythes. And not very good scythes. Mr. Bones, the tardigrade reaper looks intense. That's incredible.
I didn't paint.
Yeah, no, but like it looks really intense. Oh, you guys want a toucan skull? It's all beak. It's all beak and eyeball. That's it. That's a toucan skull. Like the beak even protrudes over the top, way more than I'm comfortable with. Some colour tone variation there. And he's got hippity hoppity, your soul is now my property. Well, they're also translucent, aren't they? Like if you move their feathers out of the way, their skin is see-through and you can see inside. There's just something not quite right about toucans. Okay. I'm not eliminating Grimsqueaker as an option. It's definitely one of my thoughts, but you guys have left me with 4 really clear thoughts, and that is the dragon skull, Grimsqueaker. Sorry, the Discord has a toucan walking along in it. And what was one of the other ones? I guess it was the snail, the slow death. Because like only one of them can live. So it's one of those ones where I will like break it down further and see if I can explore them a little bit more. Can we see the toucan skull, please? Sorry, I didn't realize I was drawing it off screen. Sorry. Ah, wrong button.
You want me to print it?
No, it's all right. I've moved it onto screen. They were talking about the one I was. Is there a way I can crop that side of things? Does that do it? Nope, that squishes me. Is it Alt? Ha ha ha! There we go. Sorry, there you go. Baba Yaga, maybe. I think the more we've explored ideas here, the further we got away from any of the architecture ones, like Haunted House wasn't really hitting. monster house, even the graveyard, the cemetery wasn't really like popping anything for me. But I like the idea of doing something creaturey, and so something Grim Reaper, particularly if there's like a beloved character around it already that doesn't exist, because that's part of the research I'll have to do afterwards, is whether or not... Oh my, you are leaking! Quite aggressively. Whether or not there's a pattern that I already consider to be brilliant out there. There we go. The cap bit was just getting pulled out. Thanks.
That's before it soaks down through the 18 layers of your book.
I pushed it back in now so it should stop seeping. Wrong lever. A hedgehog reaper. Aww. Toucan reaper, I'm all beak and your future looks bleak. So yeah, I might wrap things up, guys. I've got some good food for thought. The mushroom video will be out this week because I'm going to film it tomorrow, and I hope it turns out great. That will wrap up that whole canvas series, which will be fun. So yeah, I'm going to just gear up to make some mushrooms tomorrow, but that's going to be it for today. Thank you guys for hanging out during like the tail end of this stream. I know it kind of like petered out into nothing, but it was actually very helpful for me. If only because it forced me to sit down and actually do this. What's wrong? Oh. Let it be known that that's Mr. Bones. My hands are not doing that. Do a Halloween version of the 12 Days of Christmas with the 12 Hells of Grimness and do Grim Reaper and skeletal creatures. Oh my goodness, you are comfortable signing me up for a lot of work, aren't you? The toucan does look very plague masky. So yeah, I'm not going to say that any of the ones we actually drew or talked about today will end up being conceptualized, but this has been very good to just get that ball rolling. So anyway, thank you everybody for hanging out. Please remember to like the stream. Please remember to like the stream. But otherwise, I will see you on Thursday. And now I go looking for all of the buttons that I could never find. Oh, I said I'd play the intro video again for anyone who wanted a Pokemon, but I think that ship has sailed. So I'm just going to go to my normal end of stream page with some music playing in the background. And yeah, bye.